Can y'all hear me now? I just exited out and came back in. Not sure what's going on with the sound. Okay, it's the echo because I have my phone playing next to it, but you shouldn't hear the echo now. Right? No echo? Everything crystal clear at this point? Okay, good. Gosh, you know what? I'm convinced YouTube don't want me to be great. Like at this point, what the hell be the problem? I'm telling y'all, I checked the sound and everything before I hit the live button just to make sure everything's good. So anyway, shout out to all the superstars that's in the chat. Let me see who we got here really quick as before we give this Kei'Mani Latigue update. Miss Angie, shout out to my mods, y'all. Miss Sexy Ray, Tiffany M, how you doing this afternoon? I'm good. How are you guys, you ladies? Miss Malibu, how you doing? Ebony B, hey. Shauna, hey. Karis, hey Karis, she say hey. She currently on break from her lecture, but had to pop in. Shout out to you. Pookie Poo, hey. IB Trucking, how you doing? Cooper, or is it Lever Q? Am I saying that right? How you doing? Keish. Hey, Bookie. Miss Robin. Hey, hey. Hey, Miss Creisha. All right, y'all. So for an update for Miss Kei'Mani Latigue, there was a news clipping of there was some back and forth with Kei'Mani's mother and grandmother in regards to who was supposed to do the planning for the funeral, which I know that there is a funeral going on today, which is Thursday, the 10th, and there's supposed to be a public funeral tomorrow for the public, which will be Friday. But Kei'Mani's biological mother, Tiara, wanted to be able to plan or at least probably help plan the funeral, which I don't believe the grandmother was allowing her to help. Okay, or at least be involved at some point. At some point. And at one point, Tiffany, not Tiffany, why do I keep want to call her Tiffany? At one point, Tiara stated that, hold on, y'all. Shoot, I hope y'all don't hear me yelling at my kids. But if so, excuse me, because I thought I put it on mute, but I don't know. Apparently, when I put it on mute, it don't be muted. And when I don't know. Anyway, so basically, Pure T, hey Pure T. Basically, Tiffany was having some concern. Not Tiffany, Tiara, the mother, was having some concerns about being able to go to the funeral. So the judge did rule in Kei'Mani's grandmother's favor in regards to being able to continue to plan a funeral and things like that. You know what, Natasha? I don't know what the issue is and animosities that the grandmother have towards Tiara. Like, I'm not sure. You say, what the fuck is are you missing? Why is she not letting the mom help? And why is the mom not crashing out? I'm going to just let y'all hear the news clipping. One of them actually had, make sure I got the right one. Because Tiara had appeared in court via Zoom, and I believe the grandmother was in person. So saying, girl, you're a mom first. You better not have to excuse yourself. Yeah, but I don't want to be yelling in this mic. Just hopefully y'all ain't hear me yelling. It is what it is, though, like you say. Okay, so this is one of them. It was two that I seen. That shouldn't be playing. Hold up. Let me share the screen first. You say, did the grandma actually say she can't come? Or is the mom gaslighting? Tiara actually said she wasn't invited. That's what she told the news too. Like, she said she wasn't invited to the funeral. So I don't know if the grandmother was planning only allowing Tiara to attend the public funeral, which will be tomorrow, or not. But it's also been said in my comments that, by a few people, that she is able to attend both funerals. Okay. Because I don't see why she wouldn't be able to. Like, I get that you might not like your daughter and you don't like how she parent or how she chose to show up for her child. But at the end of the day, there wouldn't be no Kei'Mani if it wasn't for her mother. So at least to give her that respect, like, why? You say she can't attend both? Because, like, why wouldn't she be able to? That makes no sense. Not invited. Woo child, that's pissed. Yeah, like, how do you not invite the mother? Like, she's the reason that you was able to exploit Kei'Mani in a way that she was exploiting her. You had the nerves not to invite the biological mother. Are you fucking insane? I would have crashed out at their funeral. Uh-oh. I'm not understanding this sound thing with this stuff. I'm not understanding it. Like, I really need somebody to help me with this because I don't know. Because who gonna stop me? My child? Right. Who gonna stop me from seeing mine? Right. Regardless of the fact. You say I watched the entire hearing. It was like 25 minutes long. It's out there on YouTube. That's the one that I need because the one that I have is the two clips from the news. I would prefer to just have the whole thing. And then there was another interview that Tiara did with her best friend. We can dive into that too once I find this news clipping. So let me see. Do anybody know the title of this news clipping? Say Tiara made that all the way up. Dorothy never said she could not attend. Wow. Now see, I'm just saying what Tiara said and what she told the news. So you say, please enlighten us because that's so bold. Say Tiara didn't make that up. It's in court. Oh, you see what I'm saying? So it's like you say the grandma said for family only. Technically, Tiara is family. I certainly wouldn't wait for an invite. Of course not. Of course not. You say, let me see if I can find a real. Okay, please and thank you. Because I would prefer to just have the full hearing. Maybe go into your history real quick and just see if you can find it like that. Let me see. Yeah, I see one that's 25 minutes long, but I'm not sure if it's the full. It's got key updates. Key updates. You say, I watched the court hearing. Tiara said that she heard from family, not from the mother, which is Dorothy. Dorothy has not spoken to Tiara. Wow. She said, Grandma. Right, okay. Yeah, simply Erica, that's horrible. That is horrible. Say they family dysfunctional. Well, let me just still find this court hearing for the ones that have not seen it. Children's Services hold press conference to discuss Kei'Mani Latigue's case. That was just 2 days ago. You say, listen to the court hearing, the words that Tiara used. Okay, we're going to get into it. Say, so if Tiara would have been granted, do y'all think she would have included Dorothy? Probably not. Probably not. Oh, you say that was the one, the key updates. Okay, let's get into this one. And then I'm going to see what CPS had to say as well. And if I don't see anything else that I want to share with you guys, we're going to get into the interview that Tiara did prior to what we're getting ready to see now. No, prior to the court hearing and everything else. I believe this may have took place sometime last week, this particular interview that Tiara did. So, hold on. Oh, it looked like this one might have the CPS hearing on CPS conference and the court hearing, some of the court hearing update on it as well. So that's good. No, seriously, I don't think Tiara, she can't stand her mother. So I can't see her um inviting Dorothy to anything if she had the option to. But see, that came at the cost of her choosing, well, seemingly to have chose to not be as involved with Kei'Mani as she should have or could have. You know, I understand money and paying child support and things like that, but she should have absolutely been in court trying to get custody of her daughter, which she did say that she was trying to get custody this June. But you know, what about all the other times? Because once you present what, you know, once y'all go to court and try to decide on who's going to handle what when it comes to something as sensitive as a funeral, and you haven't been involved in Kei'Mani's life, you can expect the court or the judge to rule in your favor when there's no documentation to prove that, you know, you were actively involved outside of paying child support and financial you know, taking care of her financially. So let me read the comments real quick. And let me get this up on the screen. So hold on.
I don't even know candy. No.
Let's put her stuff in there.
Which one?
Thank you.
Cass, I already gave Cass the stuff.
What she got?
She got wings and juice. The little squeezy juice.
Are they in the basement?
They in her room.
You can give her some chips. You say it's worth watching. Okay, we finna watch it. Hopefully it's the right one. You say, I'm a little confused. It doesn't seem Tiara fought for Kei'Mani and life before for her body. Yeah. And see, we only can go based off what Tiara says, you know. So if she's saying that, I don't know. From what I did hear her say, it was like she was trying to say that Dorothy was keeping Kei'Mani from her. And if that were the case, if that were the case, Tiara could have obtained a lawyer, a family court lawyer, or some type of legal representation to help get her some time with her daughter. So it's legal things that you could do to, get some more time with your child and get a parenting time order in place. So I'm not sure how true that is. Again, we only can go based off what Tiara says, and what she don't say, we can only speculate. Say she doesn't even show up to court in this hearing. Right. She did virtually. She did a Zoom link. She said, I'm a little confused. She didn't fight for Kei'Mani life before for her body. Okay, exactly. I read that one. You say, was she paying support all the time or just when Dorothy got full custody? That I don't know. I know she said that Dorothy was her sister, I believe, stated that Tiara told her that Dorothy was putting her on child support. So how long she been on child support, I don't know. But Tiara also states that she have given Dorothy lump sums of money, especially around the time of her birthday and things like that. She's given her money to help take care of Kei'Mani. So, I don't know. You say, listen to this court hearing. Y'all have a different point of view. Okay. So let's get into it. That was all of the comments as well. Hold on, y'all. I will be getting some better Wi-Fi, and I wait. You said I just had the news. I thought y'all said this was the one. Let me look on my phone. I need the actual court hearing then. You said, is this the full court hearing? This is the news clip of the updates. key updates in Kei'Mani Latigue's case. If the court hearing has more information than this clip right here, then I want the court hearing, but I don't see it on here. And if somebody have the link, just send it to me or post it in the comments. It does show inside. I'm trying to get it to play, though. I'm trying to get it to play right. Okay, let me tell you what I'm going to do. Go on it on my laptop. I'm not going to use the other laptop right now. I'm going to just log into this other one real quick and then play it from there. So I won't have no interruptions. This stinking ass Wi-Fi. Okay. Yeah, I'm having some issues with my connection. Just hold on. All right. Let me pause this. Guys, come on. All right. Share the screen. God, I'm screaming.
Welcome into WTOL 11 Plus. Right now, we are diving into new information in the murder of 13-year-old Kei'Mani Latigue.
It's a heart-wrenching story. A young girl whose tragic disappearance and death has deeply affected our community. We're breaking down the timeline of events, the ongoing investigation, and the community's response to this devastating loss.
So here's what we know today. A judge has ruled Kei'Mani's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, will take custody of the teen's body and estate. Her mother argued she heard she would not be invited and wanted permissions to go with another funeral service.
The grandmother also said there would be a public funeral for Kei'Mani on Friday, April 11th. No specific details have been announced, though.
And there are signs of the pending demolition of the home where police found Kei'Mani's body. City crews put up fencing around the burned out building in East Toledo. We're told it'll come down in the next 3 months. Now, Kei'Mani's story has touched so many people in our community, and there continues to be calls for justice and accountability.
While her dad is charged with killing her, there are still unanswered questions from the community. Let's take a look back at the investigation so far. Kei'Mani's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, reported her missing in the early morning hours of Tuesday, March 18th. By just after 4 o'clock that day, Toledo police put out an alert on social media.
By Saturday, March 22nd, 4 days later, Kei'Mani's family intensified their efforts. Volunteers joined in a public search. And her mother, Tiara Casten, expressed concerns over her daughter's disappearance. It would be 2 days later, on Monday, March 24th, that police would find Kei'Mani's body inside a burned-down house in East Toledo. The man identified as her father, Darnell Jones, would be charged with murder that night.
The next day, Tuesday, March 25th, Columbus police spotted Jones in Shorten North. Body camera video shows Jones appear to reach for a gun. Officers shot him multiple times. Columbus police say he's still in the hospital and has yet to appear in court. Then Thursday, March 27th, Lucas County commissioners voted to form a task force to look into Lucas County Children's Services. The goal, according to Commissioner Pete Gherkin, to restore trust between the community and Children's Services in response to Kei'Mani's death.
Now, we learned just today there will be a public funeral for Kei'Mani on Friday, April 11th. Her grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, said in court that her family is working with Dale Riggs Funeral Home. Dorothy argued in court today that the original plan was to have a private and public funeral last week.
However, she says the holdup came when Kei'Mani's mother, Tiara Casten, wanted to have the right to Kei'Mani's funeral planning and estate. Tiara claims Dorothy was trying to block her from attending the funeral. Ultimately, the judge granted Dorothy the right to proceed.
And how long was your granddaughter living with you on a daily basis? For 5 years?
For the past 5.5 years, yes.
How frequently did your daughter visit?
We haven't seen her collectively since her 11th birthday, which was 2022. And my other daughter went to Cleveland to pick her up. Other than that, she claimed she had no transportation to even come to the birthday party.
So I'm sorry, you might have said this already. Will it be a private funeral?
There will be a private ceremony, and then there will be a public ceremony for all of those that donated. It's our way of saying thank you. We appreciate, your gestures.
When would the private one be?
The private ceremony will be for family only.
That would be when?
That will be Thursday.
And then the public ceremony, right?
Correct.
That's, and the funeral home can do that?
Yes. They're just waiting on me to get back in contact with them and let them know whether we should go forth or, if it rules in her favor, what she's going to do.
I have not resided in Toledo in 12 years. I left because of the strain between me and my mother. As I said before, I was under the impression by other family members that have been in contact with her that I was not to be invited to my daughter's funeral procession. I have been threatened, not by my mother, but by my sister, who has been steadfast, sticking to my mother. And that's okay, I don't mind their relationship at all, but I have been threatened by my sister during this whole thing.
As in a lot of situations where family people aren't getting along really well, we hear different comments about things that aren't relevant to what we're doing here. But my focus today is on the statute and items that the court's to consider. And the ones that stand out the most are close personal relationship and the reasonableness and practicality of any plans the person has for disposition, and convenience of family members and other friends wishing to pay their respects to the declarant. And based upon those three factors, it's clear to the court that the application for right of disposition filed by Dorothy Latigue shall be granted. So the court will issue a entry within the next hour or so, and so we'll get that to the funeral home, and we will proceed to get this child laid to rest. And I'm not saying anybody's right here or wrong, but I'm saying based upon the factors that I need to consider, those factors weigh in favor of you having right of disposition. Basically, a lot of it's a close personal relationship, and you raised this child.
No further details have been released about the public funeral, just that there will be a private service for family on Thursday. That is not open for anyone else to attend. Then the public event will be Friday. We'll share details on that as soon as we get them here on WTOL 11 Plus and WTOL.com, along with our social media channels.
Lucas County Children's Services says it is bound by state law what it can and cannot say. Director Randy Muth explained at a news conference today that he cannot release personal details or anything that could interfere with the criminal investigation. He did note that his agency serves 8,500 children and received 13,000 allegations of child abuse and neglect just last year. Now, Lucas County Children's Services is working with the state to make sure this case is handled properly.
As director of Lucas County Children's Services, I'd ask that you remember our staff as they go out into the community every day to provide services, safety, and supports to the complex dynamics of family need when social crisis occurs. I've seen how deeply this tragedy has affected them, and I thank them for their continuing compassion work and the heroism that they do every day. We're aware that the community is looking for answers. It's absolutely appropriate to do so, and the community is entitled to them. We want them too. To that end, we are conducting an internal review to see if anything could have been done or should have been done to prevent this tragedy. Immediately after I learned of Kei'Mani's murder, I asked the Ohio Department of Children and Youth, that's the state agency that has supervisory authority over all local county level child protection agencies, to conduct a formal on-site review of the services we provided this family and our policies, procedures, practices, and protocols as they were applied to this case. We'll be able to share the results of both of those reviews as soon as they're completed.
As the investigation into Kei'Mani Latigue's murder continues, Lucas County Children's Services is addressing questions about its previous involvement with the teen and her family. The agency confirms it received 2 separate reports of alleged physical abuse by Kei'Mani's grandmother more than a year before she was killed. Executive Director Randy Muth outlined the steps taken during those investigations and emphasizes no one, including family or community sources, ever mentioned the man now charged with Kei'Mani's murder.
So we received 2 separate allegations of excessive physical discipline by Kei'Mani's grandmother. The first was in December of 2023, 16 months before her murder. And the second was March of 2024, 12 months before her murder. Now, you'll see on our website that we received 2 referrals in March of 2024. It's important to understand that those 2 referrals were made within hours of each other, and they related to the same event. So there were not 3 separate investigations. There were just 2, one in December of 2023, one in March 2024. Prior to those 2 referrals in December of 23 and March of 2024, the last involvement we had with Kei'Mani occurred in 2011 when she was an infant. Further, at no point in our involvement with Kei'Mani was there any mention of Darnell Jones by anyone in the family, by anyone involved with the family, or by anyone associated with the schools. Again, as I said, both investigations alleged that grandmother had used excessive physical discipline. Those investigations were initiated on the very same day that we received the calls. Both investigations involved reviewing the family record, including identified family members, speaking directly with the persons who made the reports, a physical inspection of the home and the living conditions, speaking with the child alone, speaking with collateral sources. These are people who know the family but don't live in the home, doing background checks, application of state-mandated family assessment and safety assessment tools, and then sending letters to the mandated reporters when our investigation was complete. In both investigations, both Kei'Mani and her grandmother stated that the household consisted of just them. Neither mentioned Darnell Jones, neither identified him as a father of the child, and neither said that he was a support for the child or the father. And again, none of the referral sources nor the collateral sources we spoke with ever mentioned a father nor mentioned Darnell Jones. No record exists which establishes paternity of Kei'Mani, not with Darnell Jones nor with any other person. There was, back in 2011, an alleged father who was excluded by genetic testing. Subsequent to that, though, there has been no efforts that we can discover to identify a father of Kei'Mani. At the conclusion of both those comprehensive investigations,
Let me go back a little bit.
not with Darnell Jones nor with any other person. There was neither mentioned Darnell Jones, neither identified him as a father of the child, and neither said that he was a support for the child or the father. And again, none of the referral sources nor the collateral sources we spoke with ever mentioned a father nor mentioned Darnell Jones.
So my question is, why was he around if neither of them? Did y'all hear what he just said regarding Darnell Jones not being mentioned at all to CPS? Why did Dorothy have him around then? That doesn't even make sense. Miss Sexy Ray says, I don't know. Or she said, I don't understand how they let the kids stay with anyone who's getting abused by the grandmother. So sad. Hey, Sunshine. Okay, I'm gonna hit play.
No record exists which establishes paternity of Kei'Mani, not with Darnell Jones nor with any other person. There was, back in 2011, an alleged father who was excluded by genetic testing. Subsequent to that, though, there's been no efforts that we can discover to identify a father of Kei'Mani. At the conclusion of both those comprehensive investigations, a team decision was made where it was determined that it would be inappropriate to ask the juvenile court to remove Kei'Mani from her current caregiver.
And y'all remember that Dorothy said that basically Darnell Jones was more active than her biological mother, Tiara. But you don't even know if that was Kei'Mani's biological father. She put Kei'Mani in harm's way just for that idea alone of thinking, because he was providing for her financially, which they never mentioned to CPS, because that's what he's saying right here. He didn't know anything about Darnell being involved in Kei'Mani's life or taking care of her financially. So the real question is, why did Dorothy have Darnell Jones around? Did they have something going on? Like, it's not making no sense. He had no business around Kei'Mani. He wasn't even sure if he was the biological father. Now, she did say that Tiara told her that that was Kei'Mani's father, but she said no. Dorothy said that Tiara told her he was not the father. She should have went off of that. I mean,
That team decision was made by the supervisor, the caseworker, and in consultation with those documents and tools that I indicated. I think it's important to understand that almost no decision here at Lucas County Children's Services is made by one person alone. Instead of seeking or asking the juvenile court to remove Kei'Mani from the care of her grandmother, we provided short-term services and referred the family to other community supports. Again, our last referral of child abuse or neglect with respect to Kei'Mani was received on March 21st, 2024, more than 1 year prior to her murder.
The executive director of Lucas County Children's Services says he's aware of reports that other people called in involving Kei'Mani, but his agency doesn't have any record of that. So he's asking anyone who believes they may have called Lucas County Children's Services regarding Kei'Mani within the past year to call the Family Center hotline. That number is 419-213-3833. That number is also on your screen. This is a different number than the agency's child abuse prevention hotline.
As the community continues to mourn the loss of the little girl, questions have surfaced about her safety leading up to her death and whether there were any red flags that potentially were missed. During a recent news conference, Lucas County Children's Services responded to concerns about Kei'Mani's grandmother, including prior reports, disciplinary practices, and whether the young girl ever expressed fear or discomfort about her home life. Officials also addressed how they assess a children's safety when concerns of abuse come up.
Question for you about Grandma. Did Grandma have kids in her care, and did she have any kids removed from her care by Children's Services?
Yeah, unfortunately, that exceeds the statutory authority I have. I can only talk about this particular case.
Okay, because I've heard concerns from people that were children taken, and they couldn't figure out why Kei'Mani was still there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm only allowed to talk about Kei'Mani's case.
Okay. In the discussions that investigators had with her, did she deny that there was any abuse in this 23 and 24 interaction? Can you describe to us what she was saying to your investigators?
Well, you use the term abuse, which is actually a legal term. Grandmother did indicate and did admit that she had used physical discipline.
And was Kei'Mani okay with it?
I think
How is it that he say the term abuse is a legal term? Like we don't know what abuse is and what it looks like and what it feels like. You know, this system is really fucked up, and I hate this for us.
I think Kei'Mani stated she understood the reason for it, but I don't know that she was so okay with it.
But did she ever, was she okay with what had happened to the point where she was okay staying in the home?
Yes, Kei'Mani indicated on both occasions and to school officials that she felt safe in the home.
And how do you parse that out when the adults in the room and there may be other external pressures? How do you parse out that kid is really telling you what he or she really feels and just isn't worried about that person standing in the corner of the other room?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's why we speak with the child alone. And I understand that that might be different than speaking elsewhere. We also, that's why we look at other collateral sources, look at other statements that the child has made. We ask her what her supports are, and then we follow up with those.
And the grandmother has said before that, you know, she was corrected in how to properly handle situations like this. And she said that she was told, you know, one swat on the butt. Is that something that a caseworker or anyone would ever tell a guardian that that's appropriate?
Lucas County Children's Services does not endorse, and we don't recommend the use of any corporal punishment. However, Ohio law does state that that is a decision that is reserved to the parents, and that if parents decide in using their exclusive judgment to use corporal punishment, we do provide guidance on how to do that. And we would say to use, if you have to do that, use an open hand on a non-sensitive area. Don't leave marks. Don't use an object.
Was there any sort of background check done into the grandmother?
Yes.
Was there anything that raised any flags based off of her criminal history?
There were not.
Kei'Mani attended multiple schools over the past few years. She was most recently at Toledo Public Spring Elementary. Children's Services said it did not receive any reports of alleged abuse from TPS, but did from her previous school, Bennett Venture Academy. That's one of the 2 cases it investigated. So we asked, does changing schools often raise any red flags?
You mentioned that her school needs were being met. I mean, she had been at multiple schools, transferred multiple times. Did that raise any flags to you guys or alert you of any potential issues?
No, that point's been brought up, and that's a great point, and I understand that. No, we respect the family's ability to determine what's best. In fact, we encourage families to come together without the assistance or interference of the state of Ohio or Lucas County to do what is in the best interest of their families. We're not going to second guess whether a child has moved 2 times, 3 times, or 6 times. As long as the child educational needs are being met, then we trust the families to make those decisions.
And can you also kind of discuss in just general terms what it takes or at what point a child is removed from a home?
Yeah, well, anytime that we believe that the child is in imminent risk of physical harm, or, well, let me back up. So if we believe that, we have 2 courses open to us. We can make a determination as to whether we believe the family can and will work with us and ensure the safety of the children. If the answer to that question is yes, then we'll try to work with the family before going to court. If the answer to that question is no, that despite the reasonable efforts that we have made, this family or this child remains at risk, then we have to go to court. It's important to understand Lucas County Children's Services, no children's services agency in Ohio can remove children. We're the only ones who can. Police officers can, courts can. What we have to do in that circumstance is take those facts to a neutral, impartial magistrate or judge, and that neutral or impartial magistrate or judge makes those determinations.
A number of people in the community are asking tough questions about who was and wasn't involved in Kei'Mani's life and care. That includes those questions that center around the role of the man identified as her father, Darnell Jones. Again, he is charged with Kei'Mani's murder. And Lucas County Children's Services addressed whether the agency had any knowledge of a paternal figure and how that could have impacted their investigation or placement decisions had he been identified.
If Dad was part, if it ever had surfaced in a conversation, or if he had come up, would that have made your work any different? Would the caseworker have handled it any differently if Dad's listed or mentioned?
Yeah, absolutely. If there's a father that's identified, we have to talk with all the principals in the case. So the identified can be 2 ways. One, established as the father in the case, and we have a record of that, or the child can identify somebody that they view either as a father, an alleged father, or an actual father. So if either one of those things had happened, if our database had indicated we had an identified established father, we would have been required to reach out to that individual. If the child had identified, hey, this gentleman is Dad, or he is a support, or I view him as Dad, we would have reached out. Those did not occur in December or March of last year.
And would that have changed what you would have done when it comes to a placement with her if Dad had surfaced?
No, I suppose it depends on what we would have learned. From whoever was identified as Dad. But no, I mean, we determined that the placement there was appropriate. All the basic needs of the child were being met. She was getting all of her sustenance, her housing conditions were fine, her school and medical conditions were being met. So the presence of a father would not have caused us, I think, to recommend to the juvenile court that they change custody or placement.
Leadership from Lucas County Children's Services is pledging change and compassion. Suzette Cowell is the head of the agency's board, and she offered heartfelt condolences today.
She also took the time to outline the new task force approved by the Lucas County Commissioners and how it will examine what more could be done to protect vulnerable children and prevent future tragedies.
On behalf of my colleagues on the board, I want to once extend our condolences to everyone who knew and loved Kei'Mani Latigue. Losing her at the age of 13 is a community tragedy and leaves a hole that will never be filled. Our board, staff, and caseworkers feel any child's death to their core. We stand with you, heartbroken. We are so grateful to the Toledo Police Department for finding the alleged perpetrator so quickly. And we are grateful to the Lucas County prosecutors for the hard work that they are doing to investigate this matter. Their work to bring this person responsible for this heinous crime to justice is of a paramount importance, and will assist them, and we will assist them in any way we can. Kei'Mani's death reminds us of how vulnerable children are. We pledge to redouble our efforts to protect them. Every step will rely on close relationships in the community. The task force created by Lucas County Commissioners is a good example of that. I know the community is closely following this. I think it's important that people understand that that my involvement, along with Robin Reese and Brenda Osborne, are subject matters experts whose job is to get this task force started. A wide selection of community members will eventually form the working task force.
The committee that you're working on in this task force, how much of the public is going to be involved? The three of you are kind of at the front of it right now. How much are you going to be hearing from the public? How much are you going to be including them in the task force?
Honestly, we've been hearing from the public, just with our three names being mentioned, we have been hearing from the public, but
Do you want the public involved in it?
I'm sure, definitely.
What is the tone? What are people saying to you? What are you getting from the public?
That they're comfortable that we're looking into this, that there's going to be a task force established. I've heard positive things.
And what do you want to get out of it? And when we look back in 9-10 months, what are you hoping that the public will get out of it, you will get out of it, you will get out of it?
Is that Children's Services loves the children of this community, and we take very good care of the children in this community. All of us working together.
Do you hope that there will be, if there are any deficiencies, that they can be addressed?
Exactly.
There's no official timeline that has been announced for that task force at this time, but we're told we should expect an announcement coming out within the next week.
We want to thank you for joining us as we continue to follow Kei'Mani's life and death. Her story is one that has left a lasting mark on the Glass City. A young life gone too soon with so many questions still unanswered.
WTOL 11 Plus will continue to follow every development in this case as investigators work towards justice. You can find more in-depth local coverage anytime on the free
So y'all, I'm thinking about the fact that the interview that we listened to the other day in regards to Tiara's foster sister, she has said that Kei'Mani's father loved her in reference to Darnell Jones, and that they had a close relationship. Now, knowing what we just heard on the news by CPS, they had no idea who Kei'Mani's father was. Tiara claimed that he wasn't the father. Tiara's stepsister claiming that he is the father. I'm going to get to the comments too, y'all. I know I missed quite a few. But I'm wondering, why would Tiara's foster sister say such good things about Darnell, knowing that he wasn't even that active in her life and he wasn't caring for her financially, like Dorothy claims he was. She said that he was more active in Kei'Mani's life than Tiara. That doesn't mean shit if he wasn't her biological father. Why was he even around Kei'Mani? What? She said Tiara said the foster sister lied about so much in that interview because she had a lot to say, but it's very contradictory at this point because it's not making any sense after hearing the news clip. Say Maisha done an update on her channel speaking to Tiara. Tiara said that's not really her foster sister. What the hell? Say Tiara talked good. She did. Love Leisha, you said Tiara talked good about Darnell too. She said she never experienced any horrible, any questionable behaviors with Darnell, and he didn't show himself to be a monster to her. Pretty much his behaviors was something that she had no idea that he was capable of doing. So, say the foster sister lied, the one that was on her side. Yes, that's what she's saying. Say Malibu said, yes, it's all weird. You have to watch the update about it. It's all a mess. How long was the update? Because there's another interview I wanted to play with Tiara and her best friend. I believe her name was Jazz. We could just listen in on that. It's so crazy. What's the word for the day? Hey, girl. Robin said it looks like Kei'Mani may have been better off with the stranger. Shame. Simply Erica said, I want to see the text messages and call logs from Darnell where Kei'Mani called him. I do too. Because I feel like that was a whole lie. I feel like he was there already and he did not get a call. Because why wouldn't she call her grandmother? Mother Trucker said, I really hate the system. This is why they are being harmed at an alarming rate. No protection. With Darnell doing this to her, I don't believe this is the first time SAing her. I don't believe this is the first time being aggressive with her. I don't either. It never usually starts that at that moment where the public finds out about it and it comes to this type of tragedy. Nikki One Love says CPS in most countries or counties, states have been scrutinized for decades. Laws must be changed. Hey, Cat, love the kids. Love Leisha say, I'm waiting on Darnell to start talking because I won't be surprised if he let the truth out about the grandmother, because it's definitely a lot of loopholes in this story. Simply Erica says, I believe there's a possibility that she may have said, my grandma did it, and her Darnell may have told her to say that. Yeah, Sunshine said, if a child keeps moving, that means there is no stability. Hey, Ray of Sunshine. She was at least one grade behind, probably from her unstable environment. So sad. She was in the middle of school, just as it was named, elementary. I don't know why. Yeah, at her age, she should have been in middle school. But like I said before, it could have been one of those schools where they had K through 8. Maybe they just called it an elementary school. Not sure. All right. So I'm trying to make sure I'm caught up with most of the comments. Hey, Coco G Show. Christina Richards, hey. She say, hey, Lady Isis caught you live on the road at work. Be careful, sister. Be careful. Now, I can't wait till he's talking. Let the truth out about Tiara. Right. Let me find this interview. Let the truth out about everything, because we know that there are no coincidences. Everything happened because people were being negligent, careless, abusive, and everything else. Oh, wait a minute. They just posted something. Dang, they just posted two things. Kei'Mani Latigue case investigation case files. Oh, like they literally just posted this. Let me go to this page first. To WTOL 11. Hold on, y'all. It was a 30-minute video that I seen that I don't see now. See if I can go back. Hey, they said that night she came up missing. Her grandmother wasn't at work, allegedly. Yeah, it's a whole lot of discrepancies, even with the days. Like Darnell, I believe, said Sunday to Monday, then Tuesday. I don't know. It's like, what day was it? It's a lot of confusion with the dates. Life of T. Marie. Hey, she said, hey, SD Mods in chat. Just hanging out in the bushes while listening while at work. Shout out to you. Dang, man. Just seen this video. So see that part where they say I wasn't at work. That's the part that's suspicious to me. Then where the fuck was she? Yeah, that's suspicious to me too. I just seen a new video that they uploaded, but I can't find it now. Mm. Maybe it's saying new, but it wasn't new.
And leaving her body in an East Toledo house was scheduled to appear in court today in Columbus. Darnell Jones is accused of killing Kei'Mani Latigue. He was shot by Columbus police a couple of weeks ago after shooting at them. Silver Barker was in the courthouse this morning in Columbus and joins us now live with an update. Silver.
Yeah, Mel, Darnell did not appear in court today. We're told that he is still facing a felonious assault charge for allegedly shooting at a Columbus officer. And however, we've been told by multiple sources that he is still recovering right now, which is why he did not appear in court today. Now, Lucas County has been given 15 days to come pick him up so he can be faced with those charges there in Lucas County. That includes a murder charge as well for the death of Kei'Mani Latigue. We are still waiting to learn more details on that. We've reached out to a few people here in Columbus. As far as other things as well, we do know that besides that 15 days, he is also facing an abduction charge as well in Lucas County besides that. But after that, he will be extradited back here to Columbus to face that felonious assault charge. Now, as for Kei'Mani Latigue, we are told by family that today is the day for the private funeral service. Tomorrow will be a walk-through memorial that's open to the public for people to come and walk through and remember Kei'Mani Latigue. If you're interested in learning more of those details, you can visit our website and click on articles. We posted details there regarding that. Reporting live in Columbus, Silver Barker, WTOL 11.
Experience.
Just looking at some of the comments. They see that part where they say she wasn't at work. That's why I'm late, but I made it. Amen. Hey, Shani. They see that part where the grandma say she wasn't at work. Okay, I read that one. Hopefully the prosecution doesn't offer him a plea deal, so this goes to trial, so we will know all the details. Exactly. I'm with you, Nikki. Say, why isn't this being looked at into why they they're giving grandma credit. Tiara was the only one that said Dorothy wasn't at work. Nobody else said. They're letting the grandma get away with too much. None of their asses should have the rights to that baby. She said, Robert says, right, Natasha. Coco G said, Joe says, Coco G, show. Grandma knows, or was she out creeping when it happened on her watch? Or or she could have left the baby here with Darnell. You know, I don't know. I feel like if she was a part of the case, don't y'all think that she would be in custody right now? If they had any evidence proving that proving that she wasn't at work, or she could have done something to interfere with this from happening, or she had indeed just left Kei'Mani at home overnight, like Coco G still say, maybe she was creeping. Why is anyone whose children was in the system even allowed to be guardian or foster parent, right? It should kind of like bed them for life. Like, you are not a good candidate for us to send children to and with. Who knows? Let me say, Shannon's still roaming the streets. She definitely would be in custody, right? Right. That's how they don't care. That they at least call to verify her job. They must have. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Esley. I feel like they would have arrested her by now, but maybe they're waiting on the phone data, autopsy. Yeah, yeah. You say, where is the crime scene? Like, where did they find Kei'Mani's body at? Or would the house be considered a crime scene? Like where Kei'Mani was initially at before she was removed? If that were the case, the crime scene should be the grandmother's house where Kei'Mani was removed from. Y'all know if that there was blood all over the floor, anything like that? I don't remember hearing that per se. Yeah, I don't remember hearing that per se, but whatever they consider the crime scene to be, we don't really know. Yeah, I wonder where the actual crime scene is too. Was she murdered in the grandmother's house or abandoned? I think she was just abducted or taken from the grandmother's house, and something obviously might have taken place in regards to SA, but there's a strong possibility that the actual crime committed that caused her unaliving was somewhere else. Say the Harris family and this family will face charges. However, they will not be for his charges. Law enforcement has the evidence they need and who to charge. Okay. Where was she unalive? We don't know, Robin. All we know is that she was taken from the grandmother's house, probably alive, and was found in an abandoned house. Now, what happened in between those 6 days before they found Kei'Mani's unalive body, that we don't know. Those are the details that we really need. As far as them confirming that Dorothy was at work, I take it that they did because she's still free. She don't have a connection to the crime at this moment. So you say, yes, where is all the blood? Yeah, that's what makes me think that, because I didn't hear anyone say that it was at Dorothy's house. She said the house was in disarray and Kei'Mani's clothes were left behind. Her glasses was left behind. Everything that she would basically need. or would have had on before she left allegedly to go to work. He said, I just want to know why unalive so horrifically. Why now? Yeah, it doesn't make no sense. It's like a hatred, a hate crime. Like, why? I'm with you on that. Like, it was never necessary to harm her in no way, shape, or form. But why go to that extreme? It's crazy. It's insane. You say, what could have possibly happened for him to take it this far? And especially to an innocent child. Like, you make the situation worse when you unalive the child. Okay. Yes, you violated her sexually. That's one crime. But to take it to such an extreme, to do what? To protect him, you made it worse, because not only do we know that what you were doing to her, you are possibly going to prison for the rest of your life for unaliving her in such a way. Like, it's crazy. Well, I know he going, but oh, it's just crazy to me. You say, remember, they took her down several times and did an interrogation and checked her whereabouts. Right, because they do have to rule out everybody. So evidently all evidences is pointing towards Darnell. Bernadette says, hey, Bernadette, she says, I'm just going by what he did to her. He couldn't have done all that by himself. They do have the cousin in custody that he claimed had went to go check on Kei'Mani that same night, right? I believe that the cousin is in custody as well. I think he was in custody first. Hey, Desperate Sacrifices. Jazzy say, just so sad. That's right, Nikki. Mental illness is definitely a real thing, and that is the problem within this community. Robert says, but wasn't it said that he carried her in the house, picked up on the Ring camera? Right. It was said that he allegedly carried Kei'Mani into the house, the abandoned house. Yep. Y'all know, like, they seen only him. I don't know. None of this shit makes sense. None of it makes sense. This give me the same vibe of like, none of it makes sense. I can't wait till they do the pre-trial and all of that. Like she say, hopefully he don't take a plea and then we don't get the details and things like that. You know, we need details. We need details because we need timelines and things like that. Say that tip was too spot on. They say it was Dorothy that gave the tip where Kei'Mani was. Okay, so that means she was already unalive or passed out. Yeah, but I believe, in my opinion, she was already unalive by the time he took her in the house. So they said Tiara, or I believe it was her so-called foster sister, said that she had died. She had passed away right before the police and people got there. I don't believe that's true. Hold on, y'all. In my opinion, she was already unalive. But how did they know to search that house? I don't know, Natasha. You say men have more strength and can overpower. Absolutely. Say if she was carried in that abandoned house, right? Said the grandma told her where she was unless Darnell told him. I don't know. I don't know what to believe. I don't even know if I believe them text messages that circulate in the internet, either claiming that it was Dorothy texting herself, I guess. Like, that don't even make sense to me. Ebony says, need the truth, which I wonder will be ever fully revealed. Poor baby. Right. I think she was gone by the time he took her to the house. I agree, Coco. So y'all ready for the preliminary hearing? How did she know where she was, and the ransom to make this is all bizarre. Yes, that's crazy. She said, "Why she trying to say that Darnell was supposed to appear in court in the morning?" Okay, that's what I was trying to see, because they just updated it on the news as well. So say Darnell mind is just that sick. He would have called in to tip himself. You're right. You're right, because he definitely give a sociopath. SD, hey boo. Say, SD, you're doing a great job on everything, sis. Appreciate you covering all these baby stories. We got to do better as parents and stay prayed up. Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. The Coco G Show says, how would Dorothy know that? Is there a significance of that house? Oh, you're right. The significance of the house is it used to be rented by Dorothy. You're right. I meant to tell y'all that. You are absolutely right, Coco. They said that was a house that Tiara grew up in before they went into foster care. What y'all think about that? She said, I don't think she dumb enough to text herself. I don't believe all the rest of shit. Yeah, it just don't make sense to me. I'm sorry. It just don't. That's why I haven't even really showed the text, because, you know, we want to keep as much misinformation off of my page as possible. Okay. So, you know, a lot of things I see that if I don't feel like it's worth me sharing, then I just won't. Until I have a reason to share it. Nikki says, right, a lot of untrue speculation circulating. Exactly. Say this case is so weird. It sure is. Unanswered questions. Whomever is investigating this sucks, because they don't really know anything. You say Annette number 2. Somebody say they think Dorothy is worse than Annette. I beg to differ. I think they one and the same. So I don't believe the ransom either. Tiara put that out there too. Is he the biological father? See, Jazzy, we just watched a news clip where the news CPS was on the news stating that they had no recollection of him being the biological father of Kei'Mani. Not a DNA test, not child support, not nothing. Okay, but remember, Dorothy said that Darnell was showing up doing more than Tiara was. Tiara claimed that, Dorothy also said that Tiara said Darnell wasn't the biological father. Tiara begged to differ, said that he is. And Tiara also states that she paid child support and will give Dorothy lump sums of money randomly or whenever she will ask. There's also been said that Tiara will get blocked by Dorothy once she sent her money and things like that. She wouldn't allow her to see Kei'Mani and spend time with her. But as far as Darnell being a biological father, it's speculations there. It's we don't really know, because we don't have a DNA proof to prove it. And, they're not really being honest about whether he's the father or not. To me, that makes it worse if he is the father. Nonetheless, it's all bad. Malibu is sad that how kids getting mistreated over nothing. They shouldn't let the grandmother get the kids. If they had a record they self in the past and it shows. Right, makes no sense. You say I sound a little choppy? I still sound choppy, y'all? I did put it on mute a couple of times. Robin said, yep, she used to live there at that house where Kei'Mani was found. Right. Do I still sound choppy, y'all? Okay, no, not now. Okay, good. Okay. Law enforcement will not tell the public a lot of information during the investigation. It jeopardizes the case. Yes. Say, so Dorothy only had her for 5 years. What about the other? Was she blocked then? Because, right, Kei'Mani was with the godmother. So what happened between them years? Not sure. I did see on another a YouTube channel, I think it was either Sanika or Phone Jones, one of the two, said that Tiara's foster mother commented in the comments and stated that she hadn't seen, I guess she missed Tiara and she loved her, and you know, I don't even know if the foster mother had anything to do with Kei'Mani as much either, but I know the godmother, not the foster mother, but the godmother relationship with Tiara, I'm still not clear on that either. I don't know if she would see her when she was with the foster mother or not. Hopefully when we listen to this interview, maybe she go into some clarity about, you know, the time that she has spent with Kei'Mani prior to being in Dorothy's care. I didn't read it, but what is it about? If it's, I'm on live, so.
Just telling you to pay for my lineup, even though he already said he was gonna take me to the barbershop. Because I didn't go to school today.
Tell him my barber, he don't cut during the week. Okay, oh, you say Dorothy owns that house. Okay, so that makes sense then why he would go to that house to dispose of Kei'Mani's body. It was a familiar place. You say, did they ever mention the other godmom name? I don't have her name, Jazzy, but as soon as y'all get it, let me know. Say, I seen that too, that she didn't even know of Caesar's disorder. She didn't ever know of Caesar's disorders. Yeah. Godmother and brother best friend. Godmother, brother best friend. He said, why did Tiara never talk about Kei'Mani's birth in 2022? What was her relationship? Like, was she blocked then? I mean, my mama will have one time to think she finna block me from getting my kids, seeing my kids doing anything with my kids before we be in court. But let's like avoid all of that and try to keep custody of our children. Okay, but you will have one time to block me from my kids. If I'm not a harm to them, if I am in my right sound mind, we gonna be in somebody's court ASAP, an emergency court hearing. So I know that there are things that Tiara could have done to be very present in her daughter's life. For whatever reason, CPS thought it was necessary to take Kei'Mani from her care when she was a newborn. That raises red flags. They don't usually do that unless there is concrete reasoning as to why they should and must take a newborn baby from their mother. From what I read, there are a list of reasons why CPS will remove a newborn from their mother. Coco G says, still, how come Tiara didn't have her? That part sounds shady. Yeah, from the very beginning. they must have given her the opportunity to get Kei'Mani back into her care. I mean, her other children or child she had in her care right now. So what would be the reason that they wouldn't want Kei'Mani to be in her care at that time? Say, if Dorothy lied on Tiara, how did the godmother get custody of Kei'Mani? That doesn't make sense. Right. And if Dorothy lied on Tiara, why didn't Tiara prove that it was a lie? It makes me wonder, did she have some type of drugs in her system that was like concrete? You know what I mean? Just wondering and speculating, like, what would be the reason? Like, okay, it's one thing for somebody to say, yeah, she's on drugs, she's mentally unstable. Okay. If she's mentally unstable, then prove it. Do you have some type of records to show that she's mentally unstable? Is she on medication? Is it regulated? You know, is she seeing a therapist? Like, what's going on? Or was it something in her system that they couldn't deny and knew and seen for a fact? You know? You say, right, I will be in court or jail, one or the other. You say it was stated on the news that someone out of state owns that house. Okay, someone out of state owns the house, not Dorothy. Okay. Maybe so. Maybe somebody can look into it and Google who owns the house. Tiara was not in sound mind. Kei'Mani was taken at the hospital. Okay, right. She was taken. That's what Tiara said. As soon as she had her, they took her. So something evidently was not right. You say apparently Tiara has 4 children, 2 boys. She also doesn't have custody of. She only has custody of her youngest daughter. Okay. That makes sense because I do remember her saying her daughter. Okay. Everyone had her, but nobody seems to take care of her with consistency. I've got more questions than answers. We all do. We all do. You say, wouldn't that be a red flag on both Dorothy and Darnell? Because how would she know he took the baby to that house? I'm so confused. Well, I know for a fact, even if Dorothy does not own it, Tiara stated that that house is a house she grew up in. So we can all agree on that. Okay. She say, no, what I'm saying is she said Dorothy lied. Dorothy didn't get custody of Kei'Mani at birth, right? The godmother did, but she said Dorothy lied on her. Well, it's been said that the godmother got custody of Kei'Mani at 9 months. So I don't know if she was in a system for some time. I'm thinking that she was. That makes sense to me. Before she went into the care of the godmother, for one. He said godmother did, but she said Dorothy lied on her. He said, yes, that was her house before. He said, right, exactly. Natasha says, but all of the houses, areas, and other places, that spot was just chosen. Very suspicious. Right. Maybe she was underaged. Well, let's do the math. How old is Tiara? I believe Tiara is about 30.
Oh God. So what's your problem? What's your problem? I'm not
Okay, y'all. So yeah, that don't make sense, Natasha. So even if she was, I think that would have made her about 18. We cannot believe anything Tiara says. She's unreliable. Say underage means nothing. I had my first child at 15. My grandma had a child at 15 and she didn't get my uncle taken either. So it had to be something, like I said, concrete evidence that proved that she was incapable of caring for a child. That house is also right by the river, wondering if he was planning to eventually move her and dump her. Maybe he was running out of time and just had to do something quick. Or maybe he thought that that would have tied Dorothy to the crime by putting her in a house that was familiar to Dorothy and her family. Second one when I was 18, the third one at 20. Yeah, so it had to been, you say being young is no excuse. Absolutely. Say, okay, it makes sense that she has other children taken away. Hold on. And maybe she got issues straightened out before the youngest. I see you, self-made princess. I also read into that story. Can y'all hear me talking? I know my baby in the background, but can y'all still hear me talking? Or is she loud? It's been said that Tiara has 4 kids, including Kei'Mani, is 2 girls and 2 boys. She only has custody of her youngest daughter. Like I was saying, self-made princess, I got your message. I definitely read into that case. I have a lot of questions in regards to that 3-year-old boy. So I'm going to do some more research, okay, in regards to that. Say yes, that makes sense. So sad Kei'Mani never stood a chance starting from birth. Dorothy may have connections in the system. That's what I was thinking too, because it's like it's giving Annette vibes as well. Like Annette got some connections in the system too, as far as I'm concerned. You say still did a live on another content creator. She did a live on another content creator and said she had mental illness. All right, y'all say y'all still can hear me. Okay, let's get into this video. Do you love the way I do? Okay, self-made princess, please do. Lady Isis 144 at Gmail. Because it sounded like to me at K self-made princess that the baby was left with the girlfriend. But definitely email me.
As, I'm Tiara's best friend.
Okay, okay. And we're gonna try to speak up. I think it's Jalen, because they'll let us know if we need to speak up. Okay. All right. I know this has been rough for you. I'm gonna start with Tiara, and we're gonna let Jazz come in and speak also. But I'm start with Tiara. I know this has been hard. I know you've been looking online, seeing the things that the people has been saying about, say, for instance, you, Kei'Mani, your mom, and stuff like that. And I think at one point, I know you came out and spoke, but I know you're here to bring some clarity to the situation. And
that's just for my daughter.
Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna ask you a question. Is it anything first you want to start off by, like, bringing some clarity to with this?
Not right off the top of my head. I just want to say that people have gotten it thoroughly misconstrued. I have no intent on getting attention from this. I don't want any attention from this, if I'm being honest.
You say what? Okay. And you say you're not trying to get no attention. You're just trying to bring clarity to this case. Okay, let me clear up something. Let's clear up something real quick. Okay, Dorothy Latigue is your biological mom, right? You there, Tiara?
See this? This is a
I don't know if it went out. Did it go? Excuse me. Did it go out yet? You there, Tiara?
Yeah, I think it went out.
Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know if you might need to go out and come back in and click back in, Tiara. But okay, with Jazz, do you think you can answer? I think you might can answer that question.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me loud and clear? Because I do have my headphones. Dorothy is Tiara's biological mom. She is Kei'Mani's biological grandmother, and Darnell is Kei'Mani's biological father.
Okay, y'all got that? Y'all got that in the chat? Because see, that's what I wanted to know. Because the other day, hell, I had people coming out to me the other day. I'm just trying to definitely speak up for our baby girl Kei'Mani, and you don't know this, you don't know that until I got an inbox and a message from the family, which I'm so grateful for. And this is the family friend right here, and I got to give it to Jazz. Jazz is, she don't like what's been saying on the internet, about her friend, which is Tiara, Kei'Mani's mom. Yeah, she had to come back out. Let me know if if we need to resend you the link. And damn, I hate that happened. Give us 1 minute. She's going to come back in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have everybody to put one question down there. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
Can you see if she can come back?
All right, she should be back. Tiara, can you hear us now?
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to say, I had a phone call come in. I apologize. I was trying to say I don't want any attention from this. I have no intention on, trying to profit off of this. I simply want what's best for my child. I am seeking justice for my daughter by any means and all means necessary. For those that have shown love and support for me and for my child and my family throughout all of this, it is greatly appreciated and it will not be forgotten. Thank you.
Okay. And the other thing we had Jazz to clear up was that because people was trying to figure out, like, is Dorothy your biological mom, and was she biologically the grandmother of Kei'Mani? Because at first I was like, she ain't the grandma. I was calling her fake. I'm gonna be honest with you, and all that. She ain't the grandma. I mean, that lady just, I'm gonna be honest with, irked the hell out of me.
Okay,
This Dorothy
so
lady.
my
Okay.
Dorothy is my biological mother.
Okay.
Kei'Mani is my biological child. Darnell, because I've seen a lot of people ask about Darnell. Darnell is Kei'Mani's biological father.
Okay. Do y'all got that? Chat, do you got that? Because I definitely want to clear that up. So when the next time I go live over there, I'll be able to know how to take their balls. You know, that's, y'all know my figure of speech when I say taking balls. Okay. Let me see. Because I got a couple of questions. I don't know where to start. Okay. Dorothy, let me see. I'm gonna ask you, when was the last time you talked to Dorothy? I know I had asked you that offline. When was the last time you talked to Dorothy? And
Last time I spoke to Dorothy was the day that we found my daughter.
Okay.
And that consisted of me screaming in her face and telling her that I am going to watch her rot and that she had one job, which was to protect and provide for my daughter, and she fucking failed.
Okay. Wow. Another thing I'm gonna say before I go to the chat and answer questions. Who let the police know that Kei'Mani was in his house? Like how? Like your mom. So I mean,
my mother did.
Okay. Do you think that's strange? I mean, because I think it's strange. How would she know that? Like, did somebody?
So unless you were involved in the crime, you wouldn't know that my baby's body was there. Unless you were either involved in the crime, someone that was involved confided in you, or you were in the house yourself.
Wow.
Those are the only ways that you would know if there was a body in that house. But I believe that my daughter even being found in the house was a setup in and of itself. Why? Because my grandmother, whose name at the time that she owned that house was Ruby Slaughter, is a previous owner. And the fact that the home was being condemned, my mother being her next of kin would have been notified.
Wow. 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 I think she needs to be investigated. Okay, we have a question. We got now the people at the end of the day. I know y'all want to know, like, where was she and why was Tiara not in? Well, let me rephrase this. Let me rephrase it. People, we got one person want to know was like, why was she not in your custody? Now,
I can go into it really quick, but
okay.
She was taken away from me at birth. I was originally living in Cleveland. And I called my mom because I'm like, hey, you told me once that I was supposed to have been aborted, but you chose to give me life anyways. And I told her, like, I want to come up there and I want to allow you to see your granddaughter be born as a gift to you, and she brought me up there. And it wasn't just her. My adoptive mom not wanting me or my child in the presence of my biological mother called Children's Services, and because she didn't know my mother, threw me under the bus. But my mother did not aid in that at all. She ran along with it and threw even more allegations on me, and they took my daughter from the hospital from me. They told me that if I came back up to the hospital, my daughter would not be there. And that if I showed up there, they would charge me with criminal trespassing. And so I didn't go back. And then we had what's called a staff meeting a couple days later at Lucas County Children's Services. And they told me that they were charging me with neglect because I didn't return to the hospital to feed my child.
Wow. So
they tricked me.
So, but okay. And so I'm getting like, dang. So basically, Dorothy is so basically she was holding, because I'm trying to think like, well, damn, okay. After that, okay. Did y'all get that right there? That way we did y'all in the chat get what Tiara said before I go to the next thing? Because at the end of the day, Tiara and Dorothy had, it wasn't a good relationship from what I'm hearing from the private conversations that I had with Tiara. And did y'all get it? Okay, Melissa says she got it, because I know that was one question. Thanks, Melissa and Maurice. Real quick, Jazz, do you want to come in on something real quick before I go further? Is it something you might want to,
Yeah. So to piggyback off what you said, I know a lot of people that have been tuning into this are from different states. In Ohio, as sad as it is, in Ohio, all it takes is one allegation for children's services to step in. The sad part about that is they go after the parents that are active in their kids' lives, the parents that are willing to take care of their children. And they also leave children. They also leave the children who are being abused. They overlook those cases. They take it's backwards in Ohio, and it's very sad to have this going on. For people to say, "Oh, it's not that easy," it is, and it happens more often than people realize.
Manage money as a family with the Venmo.
Wow. Okay. And I got Ruth Abel say grandmother is just pure evil. That's what I get out of this case when I look at and think about the Dorothy lady. I can't call her the grandmother, but when I think about these alleged text messages that Dorothy was putting out during this process, you got people, well, why wasn't Tiara okay? How often did you see Kei'Mani? Okay, due to the fact, let's say once Dorothy got her, how often did she let you see your child? Because what I see is that she was trying to use her as like a bargaining chip, like holding her over your head. And a lot of people saying, I would have did this, I would have did that, did this. And from what what we spoke a little bit is you wanted to do everything legally to try to get your baby back.
So
right.
Yeah, and I'm not, I have some experience, but I don't have a lot of experience when it comes to law. I did 4 years of pre-law, but if you don't finish those last 8 years, it's a lot of information and a lot of insight that you do miss. So there's a lot of things I did not know how to do legally. There's a lot of legal jargon that I never picked up on. And there's a lot of rights that I was not made aware of that I had. So I've always tried to go the legal route when it comes to my child. I've always wanted my child. When they took my child from me, because it was about a week before they had that initial staff meeting, I cried every single day, all day. I could not watch a diaper commercial. I could not watch an Enfamil formula commercial. I could not go outside without
Wow.
without me bawling my eyes out, because
Mhm.
someone at some point throughout every day was like, "Where's your baby at? I thought you were pregnant." And how do I tell
Wow.
these people they took my baby from me?
Mhm.
Um, but as far as the amount of time that I got to see my child, um, it was honestly very rare. I probably only saw my child, physically saw her for about a month out of each year. I would take trips because obviously I have a life here in Cleveland that I've built. And I built this life so that I could secure a life for me and my children. And that consists of me working, that consists of me going to school, that consists of my own personal relationships, that consists of me networking and different stuff like that to try to build the situation that my kids would need for them to be stable here. Um, so I probably saw her for about a month out of each year. I would take time off or off school and off of work and different stuff, and I would go down there, physically go down there, and I would have
Mhm.
to stay. I would have to, also network with my family members in order to secure a place to stay while I was down there, because I never felt comfortable staying in my mother's home, and that was simply because me and my mother, we've never had a great relationship. I can't speak on the relationship that she
Okay.
would have or could have had with Kei'Mani, but I know me and my mother, we never got along. My family members have always said that they felt like my mother was jealous of me. So I didn't stay in her household simply because of that. I didn't want to cause chaos in the home where my daughter was living. Um,
Mm.
but yeah, whenever Kei'Mani would do something that my mother didn't like, or if my mother asked me to do something and I didn't do it,
Mhm.
she would cut off contact for us. She would block contact, whether it was taking the
Mm.
phone that I bought for Kei'Mani from her, or blocking me from her phone and Kei'Mani's phone, telling people to keep a close eye so that Kei'Mani's not sneaking in talking to me, different things like that. The only time I ever was really able to see my child, because there are times when I went down there with
Mhm.
plans to see my child, and she made sure that didn't happen. Um, the only time that she actually let me see my kid is when I came with like a full card full of money to put stuff in the house and buy her things or buy Kei'Mani things and fill up the house with food, all that type of stuff, even though I'm not staying
Mm.
there.
Mm. Wow. Okay, is it true that you had to pay child support to Dorothy also?
So my mother
'Cause-
officially got custody. My mother officially got custody the end of August 2024, and I started paying child support from there. Um, when it came time, because I know this was another question people were asking, like, what took mom so long to show up? Um, I had just, I had just paid my mom $900 in child support. Um, and I had some catching up to do. I'm still, as of now, there's 26 and some change that hasn't been posted because I ran out of money. But I had just bought like $500 worth of clothes and shoes, Stanley Cups, jewelry, different stuff like that for my daughter. Um,
Mhm.
and then I had spent $900 to put towards her child support. And then I gave my daughter $100, Kei'Mani. I gave her $100 for her birthday. And her dad was the one that drove her down here to me on the 15th. And he was
Mhm.
complaining about he hadn't ate all day and his tank was low. So I gave him $60. Here's 20 to go eat for
Mm.
you and Kei'Mani, and then here's 40 for your tank so you can get back home. So
Mm.
I was flat broke when I found out what was going on with with Kei'Mani being missing. Not only that, but I had also just spent a gang of money too, because my youngest daughter's birthday was St. Patty's Day, the day before she supposedly went missing. So all of my money was spent. I was rubbing pennies together trying to come up with a way to get up there.
I've been stuck in
Okay. Let me ask you something. What was your conversations like with Kei'Mani? Like the last time you seen her, and like any other time, what would she would say? Like, mommy, like what? Can you give us just a brief summary? Like what?
Honestly, and I honestly, most of the time that I talked to Kei'Mani, it was just her telling me about like what was going on in her life. Like, oh, I joined the basketball team. I'm getting really good at it. Oh, she came out to me and told me that she thought she was gay. I had a conversation with her about that. She told me about like the video games that she's been playing, the new friends that she has, things that she's done with her, like different activities that she did with her dad or my mom or whatever. And that's why I'm kind of like, I'm still very much confused to this day as to why she didn't discuss with me what was going on inside that home or wherever the trauma was going on. Because I've always been a person, I keep open lines of communication with my kids. I spent most of my life trying to be better than those that birthed me and those that raised me. I remember the things that I went through, and I never wanted my kids to go through that. I feel like I paid the price so that they wouldn't have to, right? So when it comes to raising my kids, I keep open lines of communication. I'm not the parent that when my kid is talking to me and they ask a question that might not be appropriate for them, I'm not the parent that's like, hey, stay in a child's place. I'm not the parent that's going to tell you respect your elders if they're not respecting you. I talk to my kids about everything. I always give my kids the utmost support, the utmost love. If my daughter would have came to me and been like, hey, this is happening and I don't feel safe, I would have sat down with her and we would have come up with a plan. We would have gotten her out of there.
Wow. And one thing I will say is I see where her teacher came out and said that and even the mom even said it, said that they put CPS on her. What a teacher, she said twice. And Dorothy, they came to the house 7 months ago, and I thought that was crazy.
And I wasn't aware of any of that.
Okay. And so you wasn't aware of it. Okay.
No.
I mean, and it's crazy how that system up there, I think, because people, I think they can sit up here and try to fault you and say this, say that. But no, at the end of the day, she did not do this to Kei'Mani now. Okay, we can sit up here and just and the mom of this, the mom of that, the mom of that. But there's no evidence that the mom was there with the dad now doing any of this awful. And I'm trying not to curse. That what happened to Kei'Mani at the end of the day.
I was gonna say I'm far from perfect. There's definitely times where I've called multiple of my friends, including Jazz, and I'm like, I feel like I'm failing my kids just because I feel like I'm not doing enough, or I have my shortfalls. We all do. I'm not perfect by far. I never proclaim to be, but I do my best.
Okay.
Can I interject real quick? I have
Come on,
something
AJ.
to say.
Okay.
Okay. So I would like to say, because I've been seeing this a lot in the chat, she has fought. One thing about Cuyahoga County Division of Family Services, there was a caseworker set up. Visitation is based off of what the caseworker and the court goes off of. If you did listen very closely to what Dorothy said, that she gained legal custody a year prior to that. There's temporary custody and there's legal custody. When a child is placed in temporary custody, certain things are set up for that child. Either a permanent placement, which is where legal custody comes in at, or a more permanent living situation. I have personally myself have seen Tiara call countless lawyers. Every house that I've seen Tiara have, I've been to, there was always a room for Kei'Mani there. There was nowhere that I felt like she failed at all. She tried the best that she can. When you have a child in that situation, all you could do is call. Sometimes waiting on a call back is not enough. She went in person. She went and got a lawyer. She spoke to caseworkers. I felt like she did everything she really could do. You know, I don't know what people had expected her to do. Run down to the building and act crazy. That's not to get anything done. But I've seen this for years. Years.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. It's and so let me see. Let me see what I got here. To the person that I guess just came in, yeah, Darnell is the biological dad. Dorothy is the biological grandmother, and she is Tiara's biological mom. And they do not have a great relationship. And let's don't lose the fact of trying to bash the mom and miss out on the real issue of what the grandmother and this evil ass dad that's locked up done. We can sit up and say the mom of this, the mom of that, and then the mom of this. Please refer back to Dorothy and Darnell also in the same sentence. Please don't, so please have, come on, y'all. Don't just do that. I mean, you right to have your opinion, okay? It's cool to have an opinion. But don't discuss me by just trying to go after the mother when we know what the hell this dad allegedly did to Kei'Mani. She is no longer here.
I want to add this
definitely
to say,
behind them. Okay, go ahead,
Mr.
Jay.
Black, that after seeing her try, she didn't stop trying. She kept trying. I literally known Tiara for almost 13 years.
Okay.
Kei'Mani was a child at the time. I did have the pleasure of meeting her other children, and she tried. It's hard when you see someone very close to you. It don't have to be a best friend. It could be a cousin. It's hard to see someone go through something and you can't fix the problem for them, but be beside them during that time. She has tried. She has spoken to caseworkers. She is speaking to judges. She really tried, and I feel like the system is unfair at times. And I bring that up, and I say that very strongly because I'm tired. I'm from Ohio as well. I'm tired of seeing the news where it's kids being abused and beaten at the hand of someone that was in a household and they do nothing. And it's sad when you see reports of caseworkers being there, caseworkers dismissing things, similar to Kei'Mani's situation. But they're so quick to interject when their child is really not in danger. When you have a mother that, hey, the mother might be going through PTSD or something like that, or postpartum, which is true because some women do have that after pregnancy and they're so quick to take them. So where's that energy with these children that keep popping up like this? And you do nothing until it's too late. That's draining and stressful, and that right there is a big issue with the system at this moment. Because
The system is
Kei'Mani,
broken.
her life mattered. She mattered. She's very important. And there's other children. And with this conversation, it's to help other children as well. If these children have no voices and the ones that are fighting, oh my gosh, you're not trying hard enough. It's easy to say what you would do until you're put in that position. When your back is against the wall and you have overused your resources, what do you do at that point? And that's what I feel like people are failing to realize. Oh, well, I would have did this, I would have did that. You wouldn't know what you have done. Once you've gone through every person that you have gone through, right? The caseworker, the supervisor, the CEO, it don't matter. You go through all them people. and you get the same answers. And then what? And then what do?
Yes.
You don't stop trying.
Hmm. Good point, Jazz. Okay. Well, I got a question up here on the screen from Tina Fitzgerald. Do you think Dorothy has something to do with this?
I do. I do think she had something to do with it. Because her story's not making sense. No part of the story makes sense. Not from the time that she claims that my daughter went missing, not from the time she claims that she got home and noticed she was missing. Her actions afterwards don't make sense. She never actually conducted a search and rescue. Nothing. I think she's very much a part of this.
Wow. Wow, Dorothy.
The one time that she posted and said that she was going to do a search and rescue, everybody that showed up ended up at her house with blue gloves on, taking stuff out of that house, including my daughter's bed. So no, I very much believe that my mother played a part. Not only that, but there is camera footage, which the detectives have, of her dumping a suitcase full of clothes in Navarre Park, which is where I happened to be when we got the call saying that my mother had called and said that my daughter was in the house on Miami.
And it's just, that's the part that just had me just like how they ain't got no handcuffs like on Dorothy ass. Like it's
Real
just
quick, having spoke to my lawyer and my lawyer having spoke to the prosecutor, he explained it in a way. He said that the jails in Lucas County are entirely too overpopulated. They are far over capacity, and they don't have enough COs to be able to keep her alive long enough for her to make it to trial.
Damn,
Ohio. But she was instructed not to leave the city, not to leave the state, which she did both. And she is still very much under investigation as of now.
Okay. My other questions, did any detectives reach out to talk to you?
No. So I have been trying to reach Detective Kincaid, who was the lead detective of the missing persons unit. I reached out to her at least a good 10 times. I never got in touch with her. I was never able to have a sit down with her or anyone else that was working the case when it was a missing persons. It is now a Detective Nunez, or Nooney, I'm not sure, but she is over the homicide department, and I've been trying to reach out to them as well, and I still have not had anybody reach out to me. No TPD has reached out to me in regards to what's been going on with my child. Regardless of the fact that I am not the legal custodian, I am still her mother.
Want to explore a different way to sell on
Wow. That's weird. Detectives ain't reaching out. Do you think Dorothy you think she might be a reason? Because Dorothy's a little slickster or some shit, man. But
I do believe that I was gonna say I do believe that she has friends in high places. Even if she's not in a high place herself. I do believe that she could very likely have friends in high places. I'm not sure, but the happenings and the inner workings of this case isn't making sense.
okay, another question. Why do you think Dorothy and this guy, do you think her and the dad, well, I ain't gonna call him the dad, but Darnell would do something like this to Kei'Mani? Do you have a thought in your mind, like why they would even do something this damn evil to her?
I have not even the slightest clue. My kid was a sweet kid. She's got a good spirit. She's a joyful person. I know even because there's other things that have happened in her life. Hold on, baby. Yes.
What time is it?
What time is it?
Yeah.
It's 7:40. Do you have somewhere to be?
I don't see at all.
Oh, well, maybe you should take the drawstring bag off your head, Mama. Come on. You can see now?
Yeah.
All right. All right, baby, go play, okay? Be safe.
And don't run away.
No, don't run. I don't want you to fall.
You don't want me to fall.
No, I don't want you to hurt. I don't want you to fall and get hurt.
You know, hurt and get a boo-boo.
Yeah,
And they you will I will up there.
I will. Will's up there. Do you want to go play with Will?
Yeah, let's
Okay. I love you. I'll talk to you in a little bit. All right.
All right, Jackie Phillips says, so what's going on with funeral arrangements?
As of right now, I'm just gonna say as of right now, neither me nor my mother have control of my daughter's estate until we make it. Okay, until we make it into probate court, nothing is happening as of now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me see. Beverly Love says Black Dorothy may think she's slick, but she could use a good reason behind bars. I know that's right. What do you think about these alleged text messages? What do y'all think about these alleged text messages? Then I'm gonna come to you in a few minutes, Jazz. Okay.
Okay.
But what do you think about that? Or either you as a okay, yeah. What do you think about these text messages, Tiara?
I don't know too much about the text messages.
Mm-hmm.
I know that from what I saw, she was texting herself. Had she been texting someone else, the responses would have been on opposite sides. I know they were saying that there was a second phone or something where the responses were on either side. But if that was the case, you could have just screenshotted or screen recorded that and sent it versus sending everything individually. My mom's not stupid. She knows how to do those things. I think it was a matter of her texting herself, trying to come up with a different narrative and a different storyline as to where Kei'Mani disappeared to.
Wow. She said she got off work. The gas was on the stove.
Yeah,
and the clothes here and all of this.
Oh, okay. So let me break that down for you guys really fast. Because originally she said she got off at 7, which would have been around the time that my daughter was supposed to leave for school. Then she said she didn't get off until 9. Then she said she didn't get off until she didn't get she said she didn't get off until 9. And I guess she didn't get home until 10 o'clock. These are the issues that I have with what she said about how she found the house. Number one, when I got there, the day that I got there, after we did our search party, my mother had been released from being interrogated. And I caught her walking into her house. So after she walked in, I walked in behind her. And I was like, Mom. And she gave me an attitude. She's like, what's up? And I said, Mom, I don't know what's going on. I don't understand what's going on. Mama, where is my baby? And then she decided to hug me and was like, oh, baby, it's okay. Right? So I ended up asking my mother while we were in her house. I said, Ma, I said, when you came home from work, was the door open or was it unlocked? She said, no, it wasn't open. It was just unlocked. First thing, I'm going to tell y'all because I know how my mother is. I'm not going to say my daughter was raised, but my daughter was trained that whenever she leaves out that house, because she has her own set of keys, if she would have left on her own, she would have locked that door.
Profit. The protocol.
Period. There's no way around that. If my daughter would have left that house on her own, she would have locked that door. That would have been my first reason to call the fucking police. Number two, she said that my daughter's panties were in the dining room and her pants were in the living room. My daughter, she is a teenager. She has been dealing with some insecurities. My daughter does not get dressed anywhere except for in the bathroom or in her bedroom. And if someone is in the room with her, regardless of who it is, she will not get changed. So the fact that you saw my daughter's clothes anywhere outside of the bathroom or the bedroom is yet another problem. Yet another reason I would have called the police. But then she said that the rug in front of the couch where my daughter's keys and glasses were left was kicked up. My daughter cannot see without her glasses. She's not going to leave that house without her glasses.
Wow.
If the rug is kicked up, that is a clear sign of a struggle. I'm calling the police. And the very last thing, my mom smokes like a fucking chimney. She claimed that when she walked into the house, the gas pilots were on the stove. The last call that my daughter placed was at 1:45 in the morning, and that was to her dad. And according to him, he never received it. So if my daughter went missing at approximately 1:45 and you didn't get home until about 10 o'clock, that's about a good 8 hours that gas stove would have been on. 9 times out of 10, knowing my mother, she would have walked into that house smoking. Baby, you would have blew the fuck up.
Would have blew the house up.
You
Okay,
would have blew the
wow.
fuck up. Not only that, but seeing as the door was closed and simply unlocked, when she opened that door, all the gas that's been released, it would have knocked her out.
Yeah.
I don't believe her. I'm sorry, I don't fucking believe her.
I don't. I know I don't. I know I don't. So what type of, so how long was, not to change the subject, but how long was Darnell taking his ass over there to Dorothy house?
I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. If it was not, and I'm gonna say this, and I need people to understand again, me and my mom did not have a good relationship. If you ask any of my cousins, they will tell you they've always felt like my mother was jealous of me. I just thought like, okay, maybe I'm not the daughter that I think I am, you know. But when it came to me and my mom, if it was not about my child, I did not communicate with her. I didn't have a reason to talk to her. We're not friends. We're not cool. When it came to my child's father, if it was not about my daughter, you cannot call my phone. I don't fuck with you like that. And you're in a whole relationship. There's no other reason you should be calling me besides where our daughter is concerned. So I don't know what they had going on behind the scenes. I have not even the slightest clue.
Okay. And Jackie, that's a good right there. Say the dogs would have been dead probably too. That's a great point because she said they had 2 dogs. Good point.
My mom has a pit bull mix and a chihuahua. Definitely they would have been dead for sure.
Yeah, if all that type of gas was jumping off. Do you know if any other people that lived in the home with them? Because I know
So,
people.
yeah, so my family actually told me, and there's a lady that took a picture of one of the people. There's a woman, her name is Sibyl Carson on Facebook. She was living in my mother's home. Apparently, she's a crackhead, she's homeless, and my mother let her stay there so she could get on her feet. Her and her boyfriend, Bob O, or something like that, Bobo or something like that, were living in the house with my mother and my daughter. And that's all that I know was actively living there when my daughter went. And Shabu, at one point when my daughter had first went missing, was pretending to be me, and a lady, her name is Love Jen on Facebook, took a picture of her, and she was running around in hysterics talking about some, can you please help me find my baby? I don't know Shabu. Shabu don't know me. I've never seen this woman in my life. She could not have known Kei'Mani that long. So for her to play that role is largely disturbing for me.
Okay, real quick, Gwen. Hey, Jazz, is it anything you as her friend wanted, add to? We just said, about like text messages or the mom, for what you seen. Okay.
I'm gonna start from what I know. I was sleeping. I was asleep. Tiara called me early in the morning. She did tell me Kei'Mani was missing.
Okay.
She let Kei'Mani's missing. I could tell by the tone of her voice that she was serious. And I was like, what happened? I was like, she doesn't run away. So what happened? And she described to me about how the scene was, how her mother's house was, what her mother claimed, and also with gas pillars. If you do have a gas stove, it does give off gas when it's on. And I instantly woke up, and I was like, how Tiara found out about it shocked me because I do know that Dorothy does have Tiara blocked. Usually if there's a communication, it would be through Darnell or someone else. As far as like Kei'Mani visiting, this is to also answer the question in the comment. She did have multiple visits with her daughter. Her father would be the form of transportation. So I was like, okay. So I'm like, okay, what can we do? We were trying to get an Amber Alert issued. They did say that Kei'Mani did not meet the requirements. I think she met 2 of 3 or 2 of 4. I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
Don't quote me on how many there is.
Yeah, they said we met 3 out of 4 of the criteria needed to get an Amber Alert.
So Tiara started calling the police departments, the sheriff's departments, trying to get posters out, trying to basically get this news out. Hours have gone by. I believe it was around noontime when I spoke to her again on kind of like an update of what's going on. And I was like, oh my gosh, like this is really like serious, because I mean, I know, how kids are sometimes. They'll either leave early, but it's like everything that was said, I was just like, oh no, this doesn't sound right. The story that Dorothy was saying, it wasn't making sense at all. And I was like, no, that's one, especially when you know how a child is, especially at her age, at the age of 13, it's just like she's more capable of talking. If something's going on, I'm pretty sure she would have let her grandmother know, hey, grandma, this is going on. What stuck out to me was the calls. I believe Darnell staged them, and that's just my opinion. Why would you call Darnell? Basically, what I'm trying to say is in Kei'Mani's phone, or Darnell's phone, whatever which one was found with this, that it caused Darnell and his girlfriend, but not the grandmother. That stuck out to me because I was like, okay, he called himself. That's what I assumed, that he called himself, and he called his girlfriend because he knew her phone was on Do Not Disturb, and she was most likely not going to answer. That's just my own theory on it. The text messages stuck out to me, and I instantly knew it was BS because the first set of text messages were all merged on the left side of the phone, and they were also gray. There was no replies on that one. I could tell it was from an iPhone by the way the text message is set up. It came from an iPhone the first time I saw the messages. The second time had someone on FaceTime in the corner, and it had pictures of an Android phone, which had green text messages, and I could also tell the phone was Android. So I'm like, And something else that stuck out to me was in the screenshot with the text messages, there was a 302 number. Someone we know called that 302 number, and Dorothy answered the phone. This is supposed to be the hostage's phone number, though. If the hostage is texting you for 4,000, when we're going to be realistic, 4,000 is not ransom money. I've never heard of any situation, and I watch a lot of crime shows and stuff. Nobody's going to ask for $4,000 in ransom money.
Right.
That right there was a red flag. And like I said, also, they came from two different devices, an Android and an iPhone. I believe she was texting herself. And when she answered that phone with that 302 number that was supposed to be the hostage, she answered the phone.
Wow. What? Well, okay. I was going to ask. I know you probably don't know a reason, but I was going to be like, what is your reason? Why would her and Darnell come up with some bullshit like this?
The 302 number, sorry to interrupt you. The 302 number was a text now number. A text now, text free. Those are apps where you could pick any area code to any city. You don't have to live there. But it's a fake number. A lot of people have text now, and now is a text now number. If you like to look at the number, you can listen to the voicemail. The text now call you have dialed is not available right now. Text now.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna interject.
Warning, don't believe the
Okay, so I'm gonna interject real quick because one thing's for certain and two things for sure. I'm not about to deal with no disrespect. Melissa, because you've been real rude and real disrespectful. First things first, Children's Services has not been involved since my daughter was 1.5 years. So where you're talking about how you used to foster and all that other stuff, that makes no difference in this here situation. Children's Services has not been involved since my daughter was 1.5 years. She was given my godmother, Monique Taylor, was given guardianship when my daughter was 1.5 years. She kept her until she was about 6 or 7. And unbeknownst to me, my daughter was passed to my mother. My mother did not let me know she had my daughter until my daughter was turning 11 because she wanted me to get her some shit for her birthday. So when you come at me, make sure you come correct, please.
And please don't spam the chat. I get it, Melissa, however, but please don't be repetitive with that, okay? Because at the end of the day, we do have a child life that was taken also, okay? And I don't want my moderators to feel like you spamming it, because when you come in the moderator like this, when you come in chat like this, eventually they're gonna block you. And I don't want to block nobody.
Interview, y'all. I already did not want to do this interview.
And you said that, and I'm a witness to that. And I'm not here to try to just take up for people. I'm here to give us an interview to try to figure out what the hell is like going on. Well, I don't want to say like what the hell but to see what is going on, and at the end of the day, so we can get clarity and get justice for Kei'Mani. So my thing is, I appreciate it. And now, okay, now with the Melissa young lady, and we finna to get off of this also, okay? I'm gonna say this, now I did ask her one question a few minutes ago. I told people in the chat to ask a question. So, but please don't feel the chat of ask this, ask that, and do this, and that, because my moderators did say they noticed you over there saying that. With respect, please have respect, because at the end of the day, the young lady lost a child. Okay, she did lose a child. All right.
Melissa, I want to say this real quick and I'll get off of it. Melissa, I've been looking at your chat the whole time. You haven't been asking questions, even criticizing. Oh, well, and you're adding yourself. That's the thing. Everyone's not the same. We may go through similar situations. That does not mean we all have the same outcome. Living in Ohio, you would know how strict and unfair the system is. Just because you were able to foster doesn't mean the next person can. And you can both be qualified. So respectfully.
And it ain't the fact of a limit. It's the repetitiveness, Melissa. I mean, and I did answer a question when we, the question that you put out there, one of the hard questions, but you just can't come in and ask her this, you ask her that. It don't roll like that. And at the end of the day, keep in mind, she lost her child, okay? And it ain't the fact trying to take up from. I'm thinking about Kei'Mani.
Listen.
We wouldn't have Kei'Mani if it wasn't for her.
I'm getting real. I'm sorry.
No, just
Mr.
relax.
Black. I apologize. I am.
No, you're fine, Queen.
Too, though, because one thing's for
Okay.
certain and two things for sure. As I said, I didn't want to be here. I was asked to come up here. I didn't want to be here. I didn't ask nobody to interview me. As I said, I'm not here trying to get profit from my daughter. I'm not here trying to do nothing but see to it that misinformation is clarified, and see to it that my daughter gets what she rightfully deserves.
Mm-hmm. And,
for the people in the back, that want to keep standing up and screaming, talking about oh, she's just not sad enough. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay. You got, trust me, you got some,
my God.
It's okay. You got support. Now let's get back to what we was doing. Okay, Queen? Yeah, I can hear you. Let's get back. Yeah, now let's get back to what we're doing.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you.
For the people in the back that want to keep screaming, oh, she's not sad enough or she's not mad enough. Oh, I'm plenty fucking mad. I'm plenty fucking sad. But what I am before anything is in fucking shock, because this is not something that I ever imagined I would have to go through. No mother ever plans on having to bury their fucking child. Number one. Number two, I have been on fucking autopilot for the vast majority of the goings on with this fucking situation, because I have depression. I deal with that. But if I break down now, nothing will be done. My daughter will not get that justice that she so rightly deserves. If I break down, Kei'Mani falls, and I'm not gonna let that happen. If I grieve right now, my daughter will not have a good send-off. The community ain't standing behind me for nothing, baby.
All right, with Tiara, just relax and let's.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses can not only see far away, but also see near. This smart zoom glasses from Japan are really great. No need to wear lenses. The degree can be used from 100 degrees to 700 degrees. The glasses will automatically adapt to your vision, can see clearly far away and near, and are very comfortable to use. It also has the function of blocking blue light. Even if you watch TV or mobile phone for a long time.
And let's get back to what we was doing, okay?
I don't.
Please, I got you. I got you, okay? We got you. You have support in the chat, and I get that people is, is sensitive behind Kei'Mani, but we wouldn't be up here talking about Kei'Mani if it wasn't for you, okay? And here's the thing: you when you came in here, you said you wasn't perfect, and you answered questions, about why you didn't have her and all of that. So we finna to get away from that. And I don't want the moderators to block the young lady. And so I'm just saying, please just relax, and you can have your opinion. But my thing is, please don't spam up the chat over there with it. Being repetitive. Yeah, actually, this why does it don't do that? Because you're gonna get blocked. I'm just saying. So, Kimberly said you're doing a great job, Mom. Her deepest condolence. Thank you, Kimberly. You're so sweet. But
I
all
am
right,
doing
you
my damage,
breathe.
y'all. It
You
together.
you take a break.
I
I'm
love
gonna let Jazz
everybody
speak.
that loves my kid. I love everybody that loves my kid, that is standing up for justice for my kid. But please, and that's the only thing I've asked, because I already don't have energy for this. I'm doing this for y'all, not for me. I don't want the attention. I'm an introvert. I prefer to stay home, stay in my bed. I don't like people. This isn't getting me anywhere. This isn't doing me any favors. But I know y'all had questions, and I know y'all wanted answers. That is the only reason I'm here.
And I thank you for coming out, Queen. Hey, real quick, I want you to get yourself together. Hey, Jazz, hey, talk to me, Jazz, okay? And we're gonna come back to you, Queen, okay? Kim will say, praying for you, asking God to give you all the strength you need, Mom. Debbie say the grandmother is what pisses me off.
Thank you,
and when I look at it, I'm more upset at the damn daddy, this so-called daddy, and his grandmother. Okay, it's more evidence that they done something wrong, y'all. Okay, we had the mom. The mom just explained. The grandma ain't came out and say shit about no text messages or none of that. The grandma out here clearly showing that she really done some shit wrong. Calling the news, remember, yeah, she in his house. That's a red flag. That's a red flag. Okay. They are the damn ones we need to definitely be damn questioning. It's a million parents have lost custody of their kids. I got custody of my daughter. I got custody, and I don't have not one bad thing to say about her mom. And I'm not. And I don't let nobody say nothing bad about my daughter's mom. I got her when she was 2 years old, and she's 24 years old now. And I stepped in as a dad and made sure she's seen it and all this different stuff like that. But now my issue is, when it comes to the Dorothy and his dad, and with him and them seeing their damn day in that courtroom, in that courthouse. I mean, I've been getting a lot of support for your baby, Kei'Mani. I mean, it's people saying, look, man, can we go to the city council up there? Can I be a voice? I want to be careful, because first thing, you have people saying you trying to get clout, like they all on my damn. I just wanted to clear it up, because I was trying to figure out, is Dorothy the real mom, the grandma? Because I'm coming out taking her balls. Man, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, damn, 1 minute when I say she the grandma, somebody knows she ain't the grandma. Yes, she is the grandma. And then next thing you know, people trying to take my balls up in there. So if you look on my Facebook page, I stopped even saying anything for the last 4 or 5 days till I got Mom and a friend on here to clarify for me, because damn, I need to figure out where to fire off on, because at the end of the day, I don't like what happened to Kei'Mani, what happened to your child. At the end of the day, I can sit up here and blame the damn ice cream truck man, the guy with the water bill or whatever, and I'm not. I want to figure.
I'm sorry. Real quick.
Okay.
Let me say this, because I did get out of pocket real fast. I want to say, again, I'm not here for clout. I'm not here for attention. I'm not here trying to make money off of my daughter. I solely want justice. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, it's all about her. It's all about Kei'Mani. It will always be about Kei'Mani. People are up here saying that everybody's lying, things aren't making sense. But in the same token, I'm the only one that is up here setting up foundations to make sure that.
Why do I use Navam?
sure that other kids that are going through the same abuse don't have to keep suffering. I'm the only one trying to get bills passed to make sure that kids have a safe haven and like I'm doing everything that I can to make sure that this doesn't have to happen again. I don't want anybody to ever have to go through this. I've never in a million years thought that I would have to be burying my baby. I need y'all to know that she was my first why. She was my first reason to keep fucking pushing and to keep fucking going. Before I had her, I was very unstable. And there were plenty of times where I felt like giving up. There were plenty of times where I felt like ending it all. And my baby was the only thing that snapped me back into reality and made me be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to give it one more go. This is not easy for me, but this is not a fucking Lifetime movie either. I understand some people wouldn't be able to stomach this shit, but I'm doing it the best way I know how.
I just appreciate you being honest. You know, since you came on here, you did answer questions in the beginning, and you know that people wanted to know. And I wanted us to kind of keep it moving because I don't want to, and I know this is hard for you. And you know, we can sit and try to judge and all of this, but at the end of the day, you lost a child. I can't even imagine that. You know, I can think on it or whatever, but I can't imagine it. You know, and you know, so. But if you needed to take a breathe, you know, me and Jazz will speak, and I salute her friend Jazz, this young lady. You know, that's what I talked to her, and that's a true friend right there. She, you know, spoke with me, and you know that she has her back on 100. You know, regardless. But you know, we get and hopefully you can see the love that's coming through in the chat, and I appreciate that, y'all. And we can have our opinion. You can have your opinion, but you know, go easy on the sister. I mean, because at the end of the day, we can down her and just still, oh, justice for Kei'Mani. We wouldn't be saying Kei'Mani if it wasn't for her. Real quick, Jazz, you want to step in here again? That way we can give baby girl that way we give baby girl let her breathe it for me.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. So how do you look at this whole situation? And dang, I don't know if she left, but
she'll be back.
Okay, I have to say she's welcome to come back. Get yourself together, Tiara, and I apologize for that. Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay, here we go. But yeah, and I thank you for coming on, and you know, because I know that takes a lot. And when I first talked to you, you wasn't around. You wasn't yeah. No, it was none of that. No, it was none of that right there. She wasn't around here doing hopscotch wheels. Her thing is Kei'Mani, her baby. You know, she wasn't around here damn jumping from the ceiling through the phone and all that. None of that. It was a grieving mom trying to figure out why people is questioning her and going after her, you know, and people, okay, you can handle it like that. Okay. She clearly said that, hell, she's not trying to go rounds with her mother. You know, she was put in a situation, kid was, you know, taken. And just because these people, I would do this, I would do that. Cool. Hercules. Okay. Shit. Hercules. Everybody don't move like that. Everybody don't cry at the funeral when they mom laying in the casket or their brother or their dad or whatever. Everybody don't cry. It might trip you out. And I guess we'll start saying he wasn't crying and she wasn't crying because our mom in the casket. That's them. That's them. You know, in life, we're going to always see some stuff we don't agree with, you know, and things we don't understand. But shit, that's why it's like. And the only thing I'm saying is please don't run and chat up being repetitive with the same questions, like you're trying to prove a point to catch her in something. That's not cool. Especially if you're not putting the mom and that evil ass dad over there. Okay. I just can't let that happen. Okay. And if
do not start your business in 2025 without
I don't see you putting like the grandmother, I don't want to call her grandmother, but Dorothy and that dad name over there. No, don't do it. Just stop it. Just stop it. If you can't put their name in it, that they're wrong, because she is not the one in jail for doing something to her child. Okay. And then what's the damn shame is, you calling, and we're finna get off of that. You got the teachers calling CPS. What did they do? Leave the mom out of this. What the hell did CPS do? Nothing. What did they do? They came out there.
I do want to add something.
Go ahead, sis.
Something that was mentioned, which obviously, sadly, when stuff like this happens, you hear about things that were done prior, but they were not taken serious. The school did reach out in December last year, March this year twice, March this year prior to Kei'Mani going missing. The school, from what I recall, the school was supposed to take a visit. They were supposed to visit the grandmother the Tuesday that Kei'Mani went missing. That right there also raised my antennas, because it's like, okay, the school, they did try. Caseworkers, Toledo only had 2 caseworkers at the time, which I don't really care. That's not an excuse. You guys need more staff. There is way more children in Toledo than there is caseworkers. That is completely unacceptable, which means that based off their caseloads, they would take cases based off their priority, which that right there shows me where they failed Kei'Mani. They did not take her case as a severe priority. It was just looked at, closed, and not looked at again. The school has tried multiple times over the years. Last year in December, last year in March, and this is public information. You can go look it up yourself at the Ohio Central Registry, and you can type in her school's name. But yeah, they were supposed to have a visit. That Tuesday, Kei'Mani went missing. I instantly thought, are you trying to hide something? Was the grandmother mad about something? The school did notice bruises on Kei'Mani.
So really quick, I wanted to add, because of what Jazz just said, I'm sorry. Real quick, I wanted to add that the basketball coach did say that he or she had called and made a report, and the social worker was supposed to be coming out that Tuesday, which my daughter just so happened to disappear.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. All right, there you go. I didn't mean to take you out, Tiara. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was saying, the basketball coach, I'm not sure if it's a male or a female, but the basketball coach has said that they had just put in a report the week prior, and the caseworker was supposed to be at my mother's house that the same Tuesday that my daughter magically went missing.
Wow.
So just wanted to throw that in there. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I mean, this is just crazy. I mean, and then you in another city, another state. Well, yeah, what is it? Another part of Ohio. And Toledo. Yeah. So do Toledo have this issue with CPS? Like, what the hell?
I mean, I went through Child Protective Services, and when I was going through it myself, because I was taken from Toledo as well. When I was going through Child Protective Services myself, there were multiple times where I was beat and raped in my foster homes. And they didn't even, the people that did that to me were not prosecuted. They still went on to continue being foster parents. They never did anything. They just simply took us out of that home and moved us to another. Within the 18 years that I was in foster care myself, I went through 42 different homes.
Okay.
Real
what is her
quick,
name?
Melissa,
Oh, she was
Marissa,
blocked.
yeah, she's been blocked. You know, she's went after the Monique young lady here, and we can't do that. We tried, and I apologize to you on that, Tiara. But go ahead, she is out of here. And if she show up on Facebook, then that over there, we're gonna they'll block her also again. I mean, please show some sympathy. I mean, you can say your opinion, but keep it moving. Don't be repetitive because it's what we call spam. And don't try to come up here and hurt this mom, man. I mean, like, come on, you ain't gotta just agree and all of this, but damn, don't at the same time, we up here trying to get some clarity and get justice for Kei'Mani. Go ahead, finish, Queen.
So, Kelly and Jeannie, I was abused in her care. When I was young, I was 2 years and 2 months old when they took me from my mother. And my case file said that when they retrieved me, I was beaten, bloodied, and bruised. And that was the reason why I tried so hard. And I tried to go the legal route versus getting physical with her because I did want to do it the safest way for my child. I expected, whether it was the police, whether it was my lawyers, whether it was children's services, period, they don't have the best rap, but I expected someone to do something.
Wow. So you was taken because you was beaten and you was damn near bloody.
I was
from
beaten
Dorothy.
according to what
Building your online business?
according to what was written in my case file, verbatim, they said that when I was retrieved from my mother's care, I was beaten, bloodied, and bruised. But
wow,
yeah, and that was at 2 years and 2 months old. Which is why I'm not understanding why any legal team, regardless of whether it was Child Protective Services or just a lawyer or even a judge, I don't understand why they would have given her custody. I do find it funny that according to my godmom, she's had my daughter since she was 6 or 7. Like I said, I didn't find out until my daughter was turning 11 that my mother even had her. But I do find it strange that my mother only got custody of my daughter end of August, beginning of September, and in less than 6 months, my child is dead.
Damn.
Y'all could have prevented this. Had the job been done properly, this would not have happened.
I would like to interject and say something real quick.
Okay.
So, with Kei'Mani being with her godmother, I spoke to Tiara many times while Kei'Mani was with her godmother, which I mean, I knew she was there, but I didn't know, the depth of like how long she's been there. But I've always known the godmother to be greedy. I would see her as well use Kei'Mani as a pawn.
Okay.
And when Tiara wanted,
Denitha, hold on real quick. Denitha, listen what she finna say because she finna answer your question. But go ahead. I ain't mean to cut you off, Jazz. You answering her question.
it's okay. So, like I said, when I was aware that I was with her godmother, when I was talking to Tiara, the godmother, her intentions was money. Like it was many times where Tiara would call me upset. Like, hey, my godmother wants this and this and this. I knew her situation at the time, and she did the best that she could do. What do you do? Like, if you have all the money you have bills, you're paying her for this, you're paying this, and she's coming and coming and coming. I get it. I know that kids, it takes a village to raise a child. But I felt like that right there is taking advantage of her. And when Tiara wouldn't budge the way Dorothy or the godmother would, they would use Kei'Mani as a pawn. The godmother specifically, which is what I'm referring to first. She would threaten to throw Kei'Mani in children's services if Tiara didn't do what she wanted. That right there is just unacceptable. And that showed what type of care these people were giving her. She's a child. She is sorry. She is a child. She was the future. Children are the future. Whatever we do, we leave behind for our kids to pick up and finish. They treated her as if she was just something you just trade and you just give away. As just, if you don't get what you want. Oh, well, I need money for food. I need money for this. Oh, you don't do it? I'm giving her to children's services. That is just sickening.
So I did not find out until after my mom got my daughter. Well, after she told me anyways. But I found out that my godmom, Monique Taylor, so from what I was told, my godmother claimed that she had a mental breakdown conveniently around the same time that her daughter had her first grandchild. And I guess she had left my daughter on my mother's front porch. Didn't ring the doorbell, didn't knock on the door, left my daughter and all of her belongings on the porch of my mom's house.
And that's what was finally told to you? Dude,
Yeah.
like, what the
Yeah. And then apparently, now I don't know about everybody else, but I know what I eat, my kids eat. So if I'm eating good, my kids are eating good. And if there's not enough food to go around, when my kids are hungry, I'll feed them and I'll starve for a couple of days. I'm okay with that. Because at the end of the day, they still growing. But I was also told that my godmom, she would leave little stuff at the bottom of the fridge. My daughter was made from like the age of 4 to fend for herself. So it would be like lunch meat, cheese cubes, peanut butter and jelly, that type of stuff, and a plastic knife. And the whole time my godmom is eating steak and lobster and shit in my daughter's face. So my daughter has never been treated justly. Never. I'm just upset that I didn't find out about the happenings, everything that was going on and the severity of what was going on until later. Because I've always tried. I even at one point, because I'm like, I want everybody to be comfortable. I still want a relationship with my kid. When my godmom had my daughter, I had my place. My daughter's room was completely set up, and that was the first place that I had, or no, the second place that I had down here. And I invited them. I said, I know y'all don't want to get on the bus. I know you were saying your car was down. So I paid for a flight for you and my daughter here and back. Everything you need while you're here will be taken care of. All you got to do is get on. And she blocked me.
Wow. And then listen in the chat. She said she did not know all of this was going on. Okay.
I didn't find out about this until after my mom got her. So at that point, I'm like, okay, well, my mom's doing the right thing by my daughter. I didn't know all this other shit was going on.
And Kei'Mani was how old around this time?
About 6 or 7.
Yeah, she couldn't really say.
6 or 7 is when my mom got her, when my godmom left her on the doorstep. But I did not know that my mom had her until like maybe a month or so before her 11th birthday.
Yeah, Dorothy was speaking on that, and that sounded suspect. I'm gonna be honest with you. When the way she was trying to explain it, see, and then if you need something, I call her, and it was just like, how in the hell did? Because my thing was, if you see a video on my Facebook page, I was like, how in the hell did Dorothy get Kei'Mani?
She was
and yeah, and it almost seemed like she hated to explain herself, how she would, and then and then and it was just something in my spirit looking at her like, how the hell did you get Kei'Mani? And then she would say something about this godmother, and see, a lot of that was throwing me off. When you look at this case. All right, Jessica says she got okay, Jessica. But yeah, it's okay. Wow.
I feel like it was just another I feel like it was another distraction a distraction tactic. because because my godmom hasn't been involved in ages. I think she did that simply to throw us off, to further throw us off her scent. I can't get it off right now. Ask Will. Go potty first. Go potty first.
Wow.
Yes, that's what I did say. That I felt like it was more so of a financial thing, because how dare you take care of take how dare you try to take care of someone, agree to take care of them, and then try to throw them away. Oh, well, I'm just throwing them into the services if you don't do this. That's not what you do to someone you love. That's not what you do to a child you're caring for. And that is not what you do to a child that you cared for. I understand, a lot of people can understand how kids are. When you really love a child, that would have never crossed your mind. And I feel
So
like
is that what they?
they could get benefits off of her. That's what they wanted. They both
I'm
had
sorry.
jobs, supposedly. They wanted more and more and more.
My
So did
my
she?
godmother was an LPN. She didn't need money. And she was getting paid from the government for taking care of my daughter. My godmom didn't need
Right.
nothing.
Damn, bless Kei'Mani. And then and your mom is one of those old school ladies right there too, man. I can tell. And do you think she believe in revenge? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you try something she tried and try to double up on you, and you
My
know what I'm
mother
saying, getting you
doesn't
back.
need my mother doesn't need a reason to get revenge on people. This is the same woman that I've literally been told stories about like that my godmother and my mom sat up and laughed about it. A time where my mother went to the bar. She seen it was some girl's birthday. The girl had her money on her shirt. And my mother snatched the girl's money off her shirt and then went in the parking lot and waited for her to come out so she could fight her. My mother don't need a reason.
My mother like that. My mother like
Do you think she was really gonna have Kei'Mani a 14th birthday party? That's what Tiffany asked. Good question, Tiffany. Thank you. And thank you for being respectful.
I think
Navon's
I think that might have been the initial plan. I do think that was the initial plan. Because my mom had started calling me back in February, trying to get things together for her birthday.
Oh, okay.
So I do believe that there was gonna be a party for her 14th birthday. She was telling me how my daughter wanted to go roller skating because she wanted to be with her friends. She wanted a party at the house for the family, so she could hang out with her cousins and everything. And my mom because my mom wanted to get a custom cake or whatever, so she said, and she was asking me about funds for that and different stuff. My mom has always been a big party person. I have videos. I don't know if anybody is on TikTok, but you guys can go on my TikTok and see her 11th birthday. But she's always been a big party person. I know on her 11th birthday when I went down there, everybody in the house was literally shoulder to shoulder, and we were still letting people in because we were turning up for my child.
Okay.
But I do believe she had plans on a birthday party. I just think some things went horribly wrong before they got to it.
Okay. One more question from Jessica Kenny. Say, are y'all going to try to fight CPS, press charges on them? I think that's what she said.
CPS has a
CSB.
lawsuit. Yeah, I already have a lawsuit filed against them.
Okay. Okay. Let me see. Do you think she had the presents in the closet like she said she did for the birthday party?
So
Thanks,
she,
Jackie.
my mother showed me the presents that she had in there, so I know she
Okay.
was at least trying to do something for her.
Okay.
Like I said, I just think things went horribly wrong. She had her entire closet was filled with nothing but gifts for Kei'Mani. She had like some clothes thrown in front of it and over top of the stuff, but her entire closet was packed full with stuff for Kei'Mani and stuff for an Easter party. I guess Kei'Mani wanted to throw.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Thank y'all for being respectful. Kelly, she said, was your other sister in foster care too? Or
All of us were.
Okay.
So there's 5 of us. The youngest one, he's about, I believe, a good, well, when I came home, I was 19. I believe he was 10. And all the rest of us were stair-step kids. So literally one after another, except for me and Sanika, we're 2 years apart, obviously.
Wow. Okay.
But the younger ones, the 3 that came directly after me, they were taken immediately. And she waited some years before she had my youngest brother. From what my grandma had told me a couple years ago, he was supposed to have been taken too, but she sent him to Arizona with my grandmother.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that question. It's respectful. We answered that, Denise. Where did Tara's mama go wrong? I don't know if she want to. We spoke on that in the beginning, but it's dealing with Dorothy and I don't know if you want to re-answer that, but it's up to you.
What
Why
happened?
did you had a question where Denise was asking where did Tiara's mother go wrong?
Oh, baby, I couldn't answer that. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
And I think
I'm
I
still,
interpreted that.
again, guys, this is still an active investigation. I'm still trying to figure it all out. I don't even know. I'm trying to give y'all answers to the questions of my life and Kei'Mani's life. As I can give y'all questions about our lives, I cannot give y'all any answers about what happened in her final moments or what happened afterwards. I don't know.
And Wanda say, did you ever see your child with any bruises? Do you remember seeing any bruises and cuts? Didn't know what it was or anything?
Never. And I think that was for a reason, because they knew I would have flipped. They knew I would have flipped a wig if I saw my baby hurt.
Okay. Let me see. Natalie
I
says,
have my youngest daughter with me now, and there's other kids that my foster sister's kids and stuff that I'm around. I don't whoop them. I make them stand in the corner. I make them hold up books. I physically train them. That's what I do. I don't whoop my kids.
Okay. Let me see.
And Max Verstappen wins.
Let me see what else we got. Natalie says, why wouldn't your godmother call the Kei'Mani's mother and let her know she was having problem and couldn't do it anymore?
I'm sorry.
And take her money.
Whoever
I
asked
can't.
that, can you rephrase?
I'm trying to read. I think she missed. Let me see. Why wouldn't your godmother call the Kei'Mani mother and let
Why
her?
wouldn't my godmother call me and tell me she was having problems? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think so, but she's missing some words out of there.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can't really read that one, Natalie. So if you probably can rephrase it, I'll come back to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what I don't want to jump to conclusions on that.
Okay. How many kids did evil ass Darnell have? That's what Tiffany.
He had 3. He has
Okay.
all girls. Kei'Mani is the oldest, and then there's a young girl. I believe she's about 5 or 6 now. Her name is Arabella, and then his youngest daughter, who's about a year now. Her name's Delilah.
Okay. All right. Kelly, I asked her that. Do you think your mom had something to do with your baby's passing?
I do.
She says she do, Kelly.
Her story from jump just doesn't make any sense. I think she played a very big part in it.
Wow. I just think it's just crazy how she called the news and say you need to come over to this street right here. And because I didn't get that part right there, but I mean, like, damn.
I think they planned after. I don't know what went wrong, but whatever went wrong after it went wrong, I think they set a plan on how they were going to try to get rid of my daughter. Because as I said prior, I didn't find out until after we went to that house. But people dig, and my grandma used to own that house. So
wow, your grandma used to own that house.
My grandma used to own the house that my daughter's body was found in, and that house was due to be torn down. That house was due to be condemned. And I think what they thought was going to happen was they were going to put her in that house. The house would be torn down, and no one would be the wiser as to what exactly happened to my child.
Wow.
A lot of evidence could have been destroyed had they torn that house down with my baby in it. And I think that was the plan.
And I don't think Dorothy probably thought that this was going to blow up like this, that the community and another thing, what would y'all like to say to the community about telling them stay calm during this situation? Because I got to give it to Toledo up there. The people that I seen online, oh my gosh, they're not playing about Kei'Mani. They was not playing about Kei'Mani, and especially with your mom too. I seen sister up there with her baby in her arm while your mom had that bear mace. I'm gonna say why Dorothy had it, and she was not playing out there.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Yes, that is my mother. Yes, that is the woman that gave me birth. But I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I have had that woman saved in my phone as the unholy portal for a very long time.
Say the unholy portal. That's a new one. Okay. Yeah. I just don't. They need to go out and hire some more damn police
as far as the
to arrest her.
Concerned, I know Jazz has some things to say about that. As far as what I have to say, though, I'm obviously very appreciative. I love the way that y'all step behind my baby. I've never seen no community go that hard. I love y'all. I am so appreciative of y'all. The tenacity that y'all had, the initiative that y'all showed, y'all making missing flyers and search and rescues and making clothes with missing flyers on it, just everything. I love y'all. I will forever acknowledge the love that y'all showed my baby. I will forever acknowledge the way that y'all showed up and showed out for my child. That will never be forgotten. Never, ever. I've never seen nothing like that. But I'm glad, as messed up as Toledo can be, I am so glad that y'all did what y'all did. Because if not, it could have went so. Things are already really, really fucking bad. Things have already, as far as my child is concerned, as bad as it can get. But I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for y'all. I appreciate y'all 100%.
I want to give a shout out to what is it, the Prophet Muscle guy, good dude, and the real Big Draco, that queen there. And like I say, she brought it to my attention, and another young lady on my team brought it to my attention. And so I want to give shout out to those, to Tanis, that's part of my team, the real Big Draco, and Prophet Muscle, and them they.
Sorry.
So
Where'd Jazz go?
I'm sorry.
I said I'm sorry. Where did Jazz go?
Yeah, you there, Jazz?
Am I here?
Okay.
Am I here?
Yeah, we don't want to forget you too, Jazz. What did you wanted to say to the community? Like, tell them
Okay.
that,
What I want to say, on behalf of, because I'm just here, I'm here for support. But I would like to say thank you, for the people that took time out of their day, out of their life, away from their own families and children to come out and search. That right there is a big thing. I feel like a community that stands together will grow together. It was very stressful. I appreciate the people that, again, did take their time. And I pray for the people that were affected by this. You don't have to be family to be affected by something like this. What I also want to say is to the community that it doesn't stop here. Together we can stop anything like this from happening. We can try our best. This world is nothing but evil, honestly. But together we can set up resources to better help these children. They are our future and they deserve it. And if it would be the best idea and the best interest of the community to be calm. Yes, there's so many people that want to crash out behind this, and it's very understandable, but it will not get anything done. The best thing to do is let the detectives do their job, let the police do their job. Everybody wants answers, as it would be with any case. Everybody wants answers, but there's a way to go about things. Attacking the mother online, saying this and saying that, if you don't hear it off the news or out of the mother's mouth themselves or from the people that are family, then just let it go. The thing is Kei'Mani will get justice. It's justice for Kei'Mani, all the other angels as well in Toledo that have lost their lives to reckless, evil people. And that's really all I wanted to say.
So, before we go, Mr. Black, I wanted to talk to the community real quick. Well, your community. First off, I also, and I don't want to negate that people all over the world have tuned into this. I've gotten messages from kids, adults. I've gotten messages from all over the US as well as the UK, that are, standing up for justice for Kei'Mani. I want to let you guys know that not only am I standing up for justice for her, but I'm standing up for justice for all the kids to come. As of right now, I am working to try to get a bill signed into effect called Kei'Mani's Law, to further protect kids that are being abused. I am setting up I'm working on setting up a foundation called the Kei'Mani Foundation. And all proceeds will go to battered and abused children. I am also working on building a safe haven called the Kei'Mani Effect. And I would love if we as a community could come together and do this. I want to run it as a nonprofit. And it's a safe haven. Obviously, we would have to have some semblance or knowledge that the child has been abused. And all it would take is a simple phone call to the police office, to a police, make a report on your way to that safe haven and, let them know that you are being abused and you need a safe haven, and they will direct you to the Kei'Mani Effect. But it will be a safe haven and a safe place for kids to go until they can find, and we can help them find, a safe home for them to go to. The Kei'Mani Effect, the Kei'Mani's Law, and the Kei'Mani Foundation is something that I am actively working on. I would love for us as a community, us as a nation, us as the planet Earth to be able to come together on this. I love you all. I love you so much. And thank you.
You're welcome. I'm writing it down. The Kei'Mani effect. And the
That's the Safe
Kei'Mani.
Haven. The Kei'Mani Foundation is a charity for battered and abused children. And Kei'Mani's Law is the bill that I'm trying to get passed to protect abused children.
Okay, I'm writing that down. That way I have to be aware of that where I can speak on it. Okay. Because like I said, I had a brother from up there in Toledo, I believe, and he left a nice message in there for me, basically wanting, what
Do not start.
basically wanting, what you said, wanting some type of bill. Hey, you got great support. So once you start putting it out there, you do got people in Toledo that's definitely want to get behind that. So
one last thing, as of now, give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
A cold one?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why she said a cold one like it was beer. It's fucking. She had to be a sweet tea talking about some. You want a cold one? But so as of now, there are no GoFundMe's that are going to anything having to do with Kei'Mani.
Okay.
So any GoFundMe's that you guys see, if it is not by Catherine Moore, please do not donate. As far as donations to funeral homes, please do not do that. We are not at that stage yet. I will definitely keep in touch, and I will definitely keep you guys up to date on what's going on. My Cash App is open. As I said before, I am trying to get a lawyer so that I can give my daughter a proper send off. I'm due to be in probate court on the 8th. So anyone that wants to help with that, I will give Black my Cash App for that so that I can pay a lawyer. But outside of that, I'm not asking for anything else at this time. I will eventually, once the dust has settled, I will be putting up a GoFundMe, or a crowd share or something, so that we can get up the money and the resources that we need in order to make sure that the Kei'Mani Foundation, the Kei'Mani Effect, and Kei'Mani's Law is put into place. But until then, we are not accepting funds in any way, form, or fashion for Kei'Mani.
Okay. Jazz, you want to say something before we go?
Yes. So, thank you all again for your support, for the time of your day, and together we can make a difference. The purpose of this live was to clear up a lot of things that are said on social media, and they're directly coming from the source. This is not for a profitable reason. This is real life. This is a real situation. This is someone's child, sister, niece, friend, and it's just sad that we have a grieving mother that is literally still trying to live life. Life doesn't stop because situations come up, and it's sad. Some people don't have the proper time to grieve. Some people still have to go to work. There's other kids around. You can't just stop your life. But that does not mean that they're not fighting. That does not mean that the right thing cannot happen. And that was the basis of this live. This is not for profit. No one's earning anything. So we can clear that up right now. This is not for a profitable thing. Nobody's getting views as far as like digital creators and stuff like that, but more so to get the message out there. Again, together we can. One step at a time, but together we can. And have justice for Kei'Mani. And have the perpetrators brought to justice.
Okay. Before y'all chat, where you from? By what way? To show the family and friends like, you know what I'm saying, the love and support. What city are y'all representing from? I know we got Cleveland up in the building. We got North Carolina in the building. Oh, you weren't done. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say,
okay.
I'm always gonna stand with my city. You know, I was born and raised in Toledo. I spent a good portion, not all my life, but I did spend a good portion of my life there. I currently reside in Cleveland, and I don't know where I'm meant to be in these next couple of years. But as she said, you know, together we can. And whew, not gonna lie, this is a lot. But wherever you are, however you are, I hope that you're okay. I'm definitely sending out peace and blessings to all of y'all.
Milwaukee in the house. Y'all look at that chat. Look at the love that's coming in. Look at that chat. Look at the love over there.
Thank you guys so much.
Money. Houston, Texas, Detroit. We got New York. We got Lucid, Ohio, Fort Lauderdale.
I love all of you guys.
Alabama, Shreveport, Louisiana, New Jersey. Okay.
I wanted to ask you, Mr. Black, because I don't want
I also wanted to say.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. No, you're good. I just wanted to ask you
have. But what? I can hear nothing.
One at a time now. One at a time now. Look at the numbers going up. Look at the numbers going up. Okay. Boy, look at that. Denver, Colorado.
So I just wanted to ask you guys, ask you, Mr. Black, is it okay if because like I said, I am trying to get some funding. I don't know how much a lawyer is going to cost for probate court. I'm not going to put out any specific number because I don't know how much a lawyer generally costs. But is it okay if I put my Cash App in there? And is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I am going to set up a PO box because I've seen that it's a lot of people that want to do things for Kei'Mani or want to send things in honor of Kei'Mani. When I'm going to set up a PO box this week so that people can send things for her or for the family. Is it okay once I have that set up if I reach out to you for you to share that?
Yes, ma'am. It is perfectly fine. I want to make sure I play a part in helping with Kei'Mani.
Okay, yeah, because I know they were saying, you know, someone had okay, so it's not letting me okay, here it goes. So I'm going to
you can type it in the chat if you can.
Yeah, it wasn't letting me at first. So this is my Cash App. It is under Honey Kisses. It has her picture on there. The same photo that you guys see right now is on the Cash App.
That is Tiara's
so that you guys would
background. You might hear mine now, but I have mine. My mic on mute for the past hour or so.
In the
Let me
in the comments or whatever. I'm not sure.
Not sure if y'all heard me, but I said my mic was on mute for the past hour or so. That was Tiara's background.
Or
all right, that's the back chat. I'm gonna put it in there. That's in the behind the scenes chat. It is right here.
Black, can I say this?
But so if you want to post that, Black, you can. And then once I get the PO box set up, I'll send it directly to you, Mr. Black, and we can go from there. I know the LA Lakers were trying to
go in there. Take it. Here. Why would you sit it on my notebook?
Do you know what apple cider vinegar does to your liver?
Okay, put it in the kitchen.
Make a jersey in her honor. I know there was Dewey Lights had named a star in her honor, and I know there's different things that come with that, but at least then anyone that wants to do something in my daughter's honor will have a safe place to send it.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And
I knew it was gonna come up. I was gonna ask it.
Oh, what happened?
Okay, so unfortunately, I was misled by some information by the sister Seneca about the service being today. I put that out with good intentions and it backfired. It was not correct. The funeral director did come out and say that, you know, it wasn't being held there. So no, as of right now, there is no date for that. I'm sorry if you did see my post. I was just posting based off the information I heard, and you know, I'm sorry for anybody that did go out there or wanted to go out there, but no service has been um, started or anything like that. Also, to another comment, everybody needs help at some time in life.
So
GoFundMe's have been reported. Hold on.
yeah,
GoFundMe's have been reported with the bashing of this grieving mother. She still needs help. You know, there's certain places that have denied her help just because of their thoughts of her. So I feel like being a good Samaritan, being a good human, being a child of God, you don't knock anybody down through their hardest times. And that's why I say together as a community, we can. We're supposed to uplift each other. You know, what if it was you on the other end going through this?
so just to clarify, because I do want very clear, I want this to come across as a very clear message. There are no GoFundMe's. If the GoFundMe
Y'all hear that?
does not, if the publisher of the GoFundMe is not Katrina Moore, it's not going to my family. It's not going to help my daughter. So as of right now, because I'm not aware of the GoFundMe's out there, I'm going to say there is not one. There is no GoFundMe. As of right now, as far as her funeral procession is concerned, I am going to probate court to secure control of my daughter's estate. That will be on the 8th. On the 8th of this month in Toledo.
On the 8th. Okay.
But until this case has made it outside of probate court, there are no funeral arrangements.
All right, y'all got that over in the chat? There's no funeral arrangements.
Well, we know as of yesterday that she did not win that court situation in regards to Kei'Mani's estate. Dorothy did. I also see a comment by Amazing Grace. She believes that she deserves some financial support for the loss of her child. How do you guys feel about that? I feel like she's trying to slide in, like somebody else said. I feel like she's trying to slide in her Cash App and things like that at the wrong moment. If you were going to start an organization or anything of the sort, then say that on your own time. I feel like, you know, maybe she's just trying to use that opportunity and moment to gain some type of financial assistance, because clearly she still didn't have a lawyer representing her at the court date with Dorothy in regards to Kei'Mani's estate. And what exactly do they mean by estate? Can anybody explain that in the comments? Like, what are they meaning by estate?
So, Carter, I see your message. So I do want to have a public service because I do want the community to be able to say their last goodbyes too. She has a lot of family and a lot of friends. You know, a lot of people that she knew that were in the community and in her school that I know want to be able to say their final goodbyes. So I do plan on having a public service for that reason. But there will also be a private service for close family. Thank you for your question.
Put your two kids on it. Put your two kids on it.
Okay, Carter said understood. Okay. Now she just cleared up everything. Even if people was like, what about the GoFundMe? She just cleared it up. Please, I hope everybody got that, okay? Hope everybody got that. She just cleared it up. If you didn't, you have to go back and take a listen to it. All right. Now I appreciate everybody that's being respectful for the last 30 minutes. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you, Tiara, taking the time to speak with me. I appreciate you, Jazz, for speaking with me in my inbox the other day and on the phone, defending your friend, your sister, you know what I'm saying? Your loved one is what I'm gonna call Tiara, her and her baby, at this trying time right now. So I appreciate it, you reaching out, and I enjoy listening to you. You was being straight up with me with what you was trying to do and where you made a mistake in the process. And I think you cleared it up, and I think you did great. Let me see. Yeah, and they saying be aware of these GoFundMes that's out there, okay, y'all? Because there are 6 GoFundMes, and one of them are Katrina Moore. And what did you say on that again, Tiara? What did y'all, or either Jazz?
Oh
they
no,
say on
I said I know my cousin Katrina had made a GoFundMe,
Katrina.
but I don't know I'm not aware of what the title on that is. So I can't direct you to the page itself. I don't know how she because I know you have to set a title on GoFundMe, but I don't know what she set it as. So I'm not gonna direct you anywhere. But Katrina Moore is the only person that I know is accepting.
Okay.
That is family that is accepting funds on Kei'Mani's behalf. But anything outside of that, I'm not aware of. So if it's Moore that posted it, if you have no way of verifying that it is Big Cat Moore, please do not send to those GoFundMes.
Okay. Yeah, she been representing over there too. I gotta give it to her. Big Cat Moore over there. She been representing. Well, all righty. What Leslie say? Well, I hope that fake grandma ain't got nothing to do. Is not gonna be there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What
Now I'm reading what my sister's saying about Dorothy. She don't need to be there. I'm saying like at a memorial or something like that. So yeah. Someone make a with you being the beneficiary. Yeah, you're probably gonna see 1 million of those. So
yeah,
well,
I don't know how they can do that because I was trying to set up a GoFundMe, but I couldn't even figure out the inner.
So Tiff says the estate of the deceased refers to the property and assets as well as any debts, liabilities that belong to a person at the time of their death. This includes everything the deceased owned, such as real estate, vehicles, bank accounts, and personal belongings. The estate is managed through a process called probate, where an executor or administrator. Okay, so I know we've all heard the term estate, but I guess I was thinking that's more so for an older person, an adult. So what is it that Tiara is trying to get of Kei'Mani's that is of value? Okay, would that include any like life insurance policies or anything like that? Like, what is it that Kei'Mani may have? Or does that include the planning of the funeral and things like that? Not necessarily the asset portion of it. Hey, sassy one. She said, hey, spiritual detective and everyone kind of new here. Watch from the bushes in Detroit. Shout out to the D. I truly love and respect what you do. Thank you so much, sassy one. She said she should be asking for peace and condolences. That's it. Administrator is appointed to oversee the process. So the process of burial. Kimmy, I think I'm saying that right. Forgive me if I'm not. She said, Lady Isis, I think because the baby is deceased and she didn't have custody, the only way she should or she would have the authority to plan her funeral is going that route. Okay. Makes sense. Natalie says, I have empathy for the mom. I know it's not a popular opinion, but I do. The mom didn't have the best start herself. Everyone deserves trauma. I mean, everyone deals with trauma differently. Excuse me. Yeah, you got a good point there. You know, I try not to judge as much as possible and just observe the case. And we only can comment based off of what the mom says and what she puts out there, you know. Now, if it makes sense to us, that's an individual opinion. Obsidian says, or a wealthy person, and besides her body and policy, I don't know. That's just not making a lot of sense to me either. You know? But anyway, like I say, she lost that quick and short battle in regards to planning Kei'Mani's funeral anyway, you know. Tiff says, yes, the life insurance rights to the funeral, her phone, really just anything in regards to the descendant. Okay, that makes sense. Well, hopefully the grandmother does give Tiara some of Kei'Mani's belongings. I mean, I'm sure the grandmother had a life insurance policy on her. I'm sure. I'm not sure, but I believe that maybe she did. That believe it's her body. I don't think she had any trust, right? Like a trust fund or anything like that. She says, unless her daddy is someone else wealthy, and she knows that without her here, she be girl. I doubt it. I strongly doubt it. Say I empathize, but anything else is a no for me. That's what Nikki says. Say, but she's getting cremated, right? To my understanding, she say that's so sad. That poor baby. She is a child. It has to be a funeral arrangement. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there's some funerals that's willing to pay for it. I know even the state will cover some funeral fees as well. So I'm not sure what money they need in regards to burying Kei'Mani, because to my knowledge, a lot of that is covered. She says, yes, my children's fathers died, and I had to be over his estate to plan and sign off the money taken out of life insurance to pay for the burial. So it may indeed have something to do with the life insurance policy. But if Dorothy was the one that got the life insurance policy on Kei'Mani, she has the, you know, she will be the one that will be responsible for that policy in particular, either way it went, right? Rather Tiara won that or not. Like if Dorothy was the one that got the policy, she would still be entitled to that policy. He said there is no money needed. Okay. I don't believe she had life insurance because the funeral home is footing the bill. Even if they footed paid for it, or, I still feel like she could have had a life insurance policy aside from all of that. And if the funeral home is covering the fees, why is she requesting a cash app that donations and things like that? I had to sign a paper saying I'm over his estate to get his body moved to a funeral. And I feel like Dorothy was pretty much pretty solid on, you know, her funeral arrangements by the time they went to court, because the funeral is going on right now today. Say, but if she gets cremated, she will be allowed rights to her ashes, even say so in anything regarding the baby. Okay. She was adopted by a white family. So I was like, hush money for an illicit act. So Tiara was adopted by a white family. That's what y'all saying. Say they don't have no money. Someone was saying that the funeral home is not taking care of her funeral. I'm not sure who said. Yeah, it's even if she get cremated, she can give her some ashes. Come on. Yeah. I don't know, but they seem to be really at each other's throats. Dorothy said to the judge that there is a combination of funeral services provided and actual money to complete the cost of the funeral. Okay. Said, of course, Dorothy chose cremation because whatever isn't spent is returned to the holder. Right. Right. Only person that is talking bad is Tiara. Will be with you. Haven't heard Dorothy say anything. Yeah, Dorothy focused on that money on. That's why. Seems like none of them seem to know her well enough to do a funeral. Interesting. I'm not sure how much was left for this interview. Let me just hit play.
Inner workings of that. I don't know how you would even go about making someone a beneficiary. So like I said, as of right now, I'm just gonna say we're not accepting that.
All right. Let me see. My True Crime Tuesday group I belong to is following Kei'Mani case. We would love to hear you speak. How can we get in touch with you? That's Miss Ninja Tammy Tam.
That's fine. So if you would like to speak to me, because quite frankly, I wasn't planning on doing this interview at all. I would really like to wait until after the dust has settled, because I do want to do a tell-all and really go deep and in depth with everything and give everybody the answers that they're looking for. Right now, I'm not gonna do any more interviews because I do want to focus on giving my daughter a proper send-off. But if you would like to reach out to me, my name is Bella De Latigue. On Facebook, all other platforms, it is the Jeannie.
Better, faster, cheaper. Why only pick
THEE, Jeannie, and then LaRue is LAROUX.
Did you get that, Miss Tammy Tam?
As far as her jersey number, her jersey number was 10.
Oh.
So I'm gonna give me 1 second. I'm gonna drop the same way I just did, Mr. Black, because it's not letting me put it in the regular chat.
Okay.
So my Facebook is.
All right, just put it back there behind there.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Okay. Bella De Latigue. And my message requests are still open.
All right, I see.
My Facebook is that. All other platforms is The Jeannie LaRue. Okay. And you guys can reach out to me either way. It's fine. But yeah, as far as her jersey number, her number was 10.
There's
Her
the
jersey
Facebook,
number was
y'all.
10.
Right there. Let me pull that out. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna post all her other
Mr. Black.
platforms. It's this right here. Go ahead, fam. I hear you. I'm just posting this shit.
Okay, so I would like to address this comment from Michelle. So the purpose of the GoFundMe is even after Kei'Mani services, this movement for Kei'Mani will not stop. There will be help for the community, children in need as well, and also to the students in her school. I do not know if they have a therapist, for them, but these kids also these kids are grieving. And to be a child, to lose a friend, is not something you get over easily. Support for her school will be included in that as well. A foundation for Kei'Mani will be set up. The law her mother is trying to get passed, and also shelter for children who have been abused and beaten as well.
So
And the thing
I'm
is
sorry.
that's not something
Really
you can
fast. I
do
hate to cut you off. I see, Michelle, where you
alone.
said you'll donate to the funeral home. Please do not do that. My daughter is not at a funeral home as of now. We are in probate court actively fighting for custody of Kei'Mani's estate. There is no funeral home that has possession of my daughter right now. You will be wasting your money, love. We are still in probate court. As of right now, as I said, if it is not my cousin, Katrina Moore, or Big Cat Moore, as you would see her on Facebook, do not send anything to any GoFundMe, because it is not for the benefit of my child. It is not for the benefit of our family. It is not for the benefit of the children that still have to live on this earth.
Here is my new necklace. Here's my new necklace. Here's my new necklace.
Okay, well, yeah, that's all I had to say. I'm done.
As far as the Carter, I had been told that there was supposed to be a funeral. It was supposed to be a private service for her by my mother and my sister. And they only told me this because they wanted me to sign paperwork, which would have given them complete control over my daughter's estate. They knew that I would not give them that without them giving me what I wanted, which was access to my daughter's funeral. They gave me false information and said that it was supposed to be today at 4 at Castillo's. Unfortunately, because of that post, although I asked people to dress accordingly and to be cordial by all means necessary, there were a lot of people that called Castillo's and were threatening him and his establishment. We have reached out to Castillo. Castillo has reached back out to us. We have come to an understanding, and we have shown accountability for the mistakes made.
Mom, don't put baby shark on my phone. Don't put this on my phone. Don't put that in my phone.
Yeah, I understand. It's still a battle behind the scene with Dorothy, and it's a different type of battle. And where Dorothy might be trying, just listen to what she said. And it's
well, Carter, if you were asked to do an obituary, I'm gonna ask you to reach out to me personally. If you would like to still do an obituary, that is fine. I know Jazz was wanting to do one. And I know she was talking about wanting to do a virtual obituary. I don't know if you guys would want to team up on that or keep them separate. But if you would like to, please feel free to reach out to me. That's perfectly okay.
And thanks for that support too, Carla.
I know there was
the
someone
virtual
else that was.
obituaries.
I know there was someone else that was wanting to um buy her outfit for the day of the service. So yeah, anybody that wants to do anything for the family, for Kei'Mani, in honor of Kei'Mani. Again, I am getting ready to set up a PO box this week. Please feel free to reach out to me on my platforms, and I will give you that information. I'm going to give the information to Mr. so that he can let you guys know, how to
Okay.
move from there. But
This is, let me see, our Facebook is right. This is
I
our
hope you guys
Facebook
have
page
a
right
clear
here.
understanding of everything now.
And here's our Facebook. I'm gonna put up there. I'm gonna let that sit for 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna put her other name up there for all other platforms in 1 minute. All right. And yeah, the Kei'Mani effect. Okay, now this is her Facebook up there, Bella. What's that? D Latigue. And all other platforms is what's that? The Eugenie. Well, I can't say it right. I'm bad. I'm bad with names. It can be John, and I'll be like Johnny. I'm bad with names, bro. And thank y'all. Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Black. Let's bring closure. Thank you, Black. Mix Ninja, Tammy Tam.
I would
Okay.
like to also say to the people that do not reside in Ohio, virtual obituaries will be made. When they are complete, Tiara will be contacted and Black will be contacted. So if you're out of state
Yeah.
and you would like a virtual obituary, please reach out as well. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm gonna definitely put it up here whenever y'all get it situated. Obituary. And I pray that y'all can get this situated, and that way, you know what I'm saying, we can get baby girl, I hate to even say laid the rest, man. This is awful, but get her situated with her home going.
So I
And
wanted
Dorothy
to.
need to sit her ass, and Dorothy need to sit down, and that's the last thing I'm gonna say on that. She needs to sit her
So
ass.
I want to throw this last little tidbit in there because I'm sure some people are wondering, like, for the things that they do send in honor of Kei'Mani, where will it go? Again, I am setting up the PO box so that you guys have a safe place to send it to. But I want to let you guys know because I'm getting ready to move here soon. But in the house that I'm getting ready to move into, Kei'Mani was going to have her own bedroom. In that bedroom, one half was going to be her living area, and then the other half was going to be a small basketball court for her. So like the half court line is where her bed ends, and the rest of it is space for her to play basketball. So anything that's given in honor of Kei'Mani or just for her period will be in that room, will go in that room. We are still giving her that space. She will not be forgotten.
Hey, Tamika say she want to know where's her body at.
I believe as right now, I believe she is at House of Day. I'm not sure. Please do not quote me. Last I was told, the coroners was supposed to be on their way back out to go and get her. Because my mother was just bouncing her from funeral home.
Purity, you sent me a link. I'm just seeing your comment in the chat. Because there was whose clip I was looking for that was released about an hour ago. Was it 30 minutes long? And where is the link? I don't see a link in the chat. Say, why can't she tell us about Darnell? And in reference to the money comment earlier, I seen you make Simply Erica. I feel like there could be a life insurance policy in place. So when I refer to Dorothy and the money on, I think that's what it could be. And that probably would also be another reason why she wanted to cremate her, to spend as less as possible. But that's if she even had a life insurance policy. Who knows? Any responsible parent does have life insurance over their children, though. You say 12 p.m. timestamp. Can you post the link again? Post the link again, please. Say you want her to talk about Darnell. Tell us about him. How did they meet? Yeah, like go more in depth about that. I agree. And give a backstory of the relationship. Was it a one night stand? I mean, because the way she talked about him is as if she really knew him. So it probably wasn't a one night stand. But I don't know. She make it seem like it was a perfect relationship. Channel 11. Say it costs money to send the body to a funeral. Ain't no way Dorothy bouncing her from funeral home to funeral home. That's right. Big question. I think her and that mom have so much hate is overshadowing him. She projecting her feelings for her mom on everything. Yeah. That would have been my concern too. Like they asking everything else but about Darnell, the one who actually did the criminal act. Pure T, let me see if you can post a comment again for me. The link.
Home to funeral home.
Yeah, we'll see that. Yeah.
But yeah, please don't quote me on that. I am not sure.
Okay. Sending love from New York, Pennsylvania. I mean, from York, Pennsylvania. Okay. All right. Well, I hope, like I said, I hope everything go cool these next couple of days, next week.
Yeah.
And, thank you so much for sharing.
I could reach out. I'm sorry. Thank you, Jeannie. I appreciate get charged. He was he was only in hospital for 2 days. And they moved him to the jail. So I would have to assume, as far as him confessing, from what I am aware of, no. When he was approached by Columbus police, he did not say that he did indeed do this. I'm not standing up for him. I'm not defending him because I don't know what's what, but he did not say that he did it. He just asked them to please kill him. He did say though, from what I've been told, from what I have seen and reports that have been made, that he is waiting on the right person to come along for him to tell everything. But he did say that my mother is involved.
Oh, y'all hear that?
I would like to also add that he did admit to sexually assaulting Kei'Mani,
if you want,
but he
not
confessed to killing her.
I can't say
And said that Dorothy played a bigger part in this than she's trying to make it seem. And Honestly, not to defend him, I don't like him anyways. You can ask Tiara, but something in my soul is telling me that grandma did play a part. I've been peeping her body language during interviews, how she acts, how she behaves, how her words are. She seems to be stuttering. And also, like I pointed out to you earlier during her interview, where a reporter asked her, "Did you know the father?" She's like, "Yeah, he confessed to me." And that right there is what stuck out to Tiara and I, because if he was shot and in a hospital under heavy police view, how would he tell you anything? And she stopped. And I feel like she know that she fucked up when she said that, because the look on her face was like, oh shit, did I really just say that? That is what really stuck out to me then. I don't know if you want to play that part that I'm referring to.
Oh no. Actually, I have to have it queued up. That I ain't got it where I can just like stop and press it. I just got it where the thing just play. But now, if you want to come back and analyze it, feel free. Let me know. We'll do a time, and I can have it set up just like that where we can go over it. And if you know what I'm saying, you feel you can debunk or we can debunk it. Hey, I'm with you, baby girl.
So
You just let me know.
Okay, so these are the last two questions I am going to answer because I still have to get my youngest daughter ready for bed.
Okay.
Is he in Lucas County? From what I know, Jeannie, no, he is not. I'm on a live stream right now. But from what I know, he is not currently in Lucas County. He is in Jackson Pike Jail in Columbus, Ohio. And okay, so it says what are they saying about the other guy, KP or Gabe? He's in custody. I don't know if he turned himself in or if they picked him up. I'm not sure, but he is in Lucas County custody as of now.
So that is to debunk the suicide.
What is that?
That is to debunk the suicide rumors, which was, I believe, thrown out there to throw everybody off.
And Darvis to that, what's that? The person that he is the father. Is he the father or not? Yes, he is. He's the father. We got that established in the beginning. It's a damn shame. But we thank God for Kei'Mani. Okay, well, I ain't gonna hold you up, Queen. And I appreciate you coming through. I know you got to get baby squared away for night. Just like I say, just get with me. If not tonight, get with me tomorrow, or shoot me a message or whatever, and we'll go for there. And I thank you for coming out answering some of the hardest questions. I'm sorry, you know, that we did have someone in the chat just going hard.
I also
I protect the
y'all.
environment.
So sometimes
That's
I
how my
feel
children
like
see my job.
Like how
Safeguarding
y'all
of
say they don't
waterways has
ask
been a
the right
cherished
questions,
journey.
like
It's why I chose
facts
the
over
Coast Guard.
feelings.
That
Facts over
experience will
feelings. Them
always be with me,
questions that
and it's
everybody
now
have needs to
invaluable
be
in my
asked.
role at Enbridge.
We need
My
all the
mission
information
continues
that we
here,
can get
ensuring our
on
Michigan
Darnell
waters are
because he
protected.
is the
That's why I
main
wholeheartedly
suspect.
support the Great
Yes,
Lakes Tunnel
we should
project.
we
It's a
should be able to
vital
ask
step
questions
in
about
preserving
Dorothy
our
and her
lakes and
relationship with
ensuring
Dorothy and
access
things
to
like that.
reliable,
But that's
affordable
like
energy.
blurred right now when it comes to Darnell. Like, we don't know nothing much about him besides his record that was public and publicized. Other than that, like, I understand this is a very sensitive topic, and that's why we need to be able to remove our feelings and ask those hard questions. It seemed like that particular content creator was more concerned about Dorothy and proving a point that whatever he said in regards to Dorothy was correct. Okay, but one thing for certain is that Dorothy is not in the custody or under investigation, and if she is, we don't know. But like we said earlier, if she was under investigation, then she would be in custody. So what more do you want to know besides she was a shitty mother? And that she probably did lie about. I'm trying to get to my other screen. About being at work. But dig deeper about him. Somebody said something about Tiara's mental health and his mental illness. Clearly, we know that, right? Based off the video, we seen him having a whole mental breakdown. Okay, Tiara is one who stated Dorothy was moved from funeral home to funeral home. Miss Italy says, I'm in Columbus, Ohio right now. He didn't show up for court today. They said medical purposes he couldn't. So apparently he's still in the hospital recovering. They give everybody else a Zoom link to show up to court. Why he can't get a Zoom link to show his ass up to court? If they ever verify the essay. My knowledge they did, Pure T. They said it on the news. Y'all say, I don't want to hear nothing else about Dorothy. So that baby deserves a service. All of her friends, classmates, and teachers would love to say goodbye. Rest in peace to Miss Kei'Mani Latigue. Miss Italy, they seem to be coddling him. It's more like mental health problems, not medical. Like, you know, yeah, he just needs to be exposed at this point. Not liking this at all. I don't know what this laptop doing. How I even got on this. Um, see if I can find this update. Get off here in a minute. I'm so tired of this slow moving computer. My God. So fucking slow. That Kei'Mani was surrounded by nothing but mentally unstable people, grandma, mama, and daddy. I still can't find this news clip. So he did take a shot to the abdomen. I'm sure it damaged a lot of organs. I can see why the delay. Yeah, you're right. I guess I don't have no sympathy for him at all. You say you might need to have your computer cleaned out. This is a brand new computer. It's my Wi-Fi. I got the people coming out. I'm switching Wi-Fi company. Both of these are brand new computers. It should not be moving as slow. See, when you streaming, it pull more of you know, what you call it? Gigabytes and things like that. So I believe that's what the issue is. Megabytes, whatever you call them. My son be laughing at me because I know I'm probably saying it wrong, but it's like GPS or something like that, GPDS, some shit like that. It pulls more. And so it's best to have top-notch Wi-Fi when you're streaming. I tried to cut corners and costs, and I'm paying for it now. So I'm gonna just go ahead and pay top dollar for Wi-Fi. This makes no sense to have, good equipment. I know it's not my equipment at this point. It's the Wi-Fi. I dropped my glasses. Talking about not GPS. You know what I'm trying to say. Okay. The stuff they need to calculate how quick you can upload and download and the speed that it takes to get the job done. Yeah, that. Say, did he really shoot his gun? They not moving him until he got to the court for the shooting, but they only have 15 days. What happens if he don't get extradited within the 15 days? I don't recall him shooting a shot. I think he acted like he was or pointed out, and that's when they shot him. Say, I'm a trauma RN. They can't transport him to jail until his injuries has been stable. Okay, so we got it from Nurse Coco. Say you might need to have your computer come out. Okay. I read that already. Say, why is the grandma not in jail? I don't think they found nothing on her, Jametta. I don't think they found anything on her that will lead her to jail at this point or have her in custody. Natalie says she feel like the real resolution to all of this is a deep dive into CPS because they have been dropping the ball on all of these cases. Exactly. What happens if they don't extradite him within 15 days? I don't know. Maybe they could get an extension or something like that, because if he's not physically able to show up in court, then there's nothing that they could do about it. It's not like he's on a run. He's in a hospital. You say it's your phone and Bluetooth on. No, my Bluetooth is not on. I'm not using my phone to stream. I'm using computers, and they're brand new. I was using my phone to stream at one point, but I don't want to have to use my phone because I need to have access to my phone. He said, yes, Wi-Fi speed is important for streaming. Right. My son kept telling me, it's the Wi-Fi. After doing extensive research, because I really wanted to pay the minimum for Wi-Fi, I came to the conclusion that he was right. He was absolutely right. He said, they really having CPS ain't been right. All right. Trying to justify. He said, that's why they trying to justify shooting him. They wasting time. Say that is channel 11 updates 1 hour ago. I searched that. For some reason, it's not showing up. I don't know. I even went to their YouTube channel. Matter of fact, I see it. I believe it's the one. It says 15 minutes ago, basically an hour. Let's see. Because we watched the one from yesterday already. That was 25 minutes.
No.
Hold on.
Down there for cameras,
Hmm?
and we get some play around.
Kei'Mani was a helper. She loved older music. She loved playing video games. She played basketball for Spring Elementary. She was highly intelligent. She loved the friends and family that she was allowed to be around. She was phenomenal. Like I said, she was like no other kid her age.
This case is one of the most horrific cases I ever heard. This is a 14-year-old that was murdered, raped, had her hands cut off, and her throat almost cut off.
I just wish that when I was down here last, that I had just taken her to Indianapolis with me, so this would never happen. A lot of things, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but at the end of the day, I just really wish that whatever happened and whoever did this, y'all didn't have to do that to her.
One of our SWAT teams was working a dangerous individual who was wanted for a serious crime.
This is an absolute animal that came into our town. Our SWAT are the best of the best. We just sent a message. You murder somebody, do not come to this town.
It's just devastating that that me and my family have to go through this.
Welcome into another edition of 11 Investigates Case Files. It's our streaming show where we take a deeper dive into stories and investigations that we're tracking. I'm lead investigator Brian Duggar.
And I'm investigative anchor Melissa Andrews. Today, we're breaking down a case that has so many people calling for justice, and not just here in Toledo. It's the story of 13-year-old Kei'Mani Latigue, a young life gone too soon. The investigation began on Tuesday, March 18th. Kei'Mani's grandmother and legal guardian, Dorothy Latigue, tells 11 Investigates she came home from work early that morning and noticed things were out of place.
I usually get off of work at 9 o'clock. I made it home like 9:40 that morning. She wasn't here. There were things in the floor that should not have been. That's what caused the alarm. So I called the school to speak with her. I asked them, could I speak with her? And then they did. They contacted the principal, her teacher, and the gym teacher, and all three of those guys said that she was not there.
That's when she called police. By Friday, March 21st, the community came together to search for Kei'Mani. That effort included her mother, Tiara Casten, who lives in Cleveland.
I seen her on the 15th. Her dad brought her down to my house, and apparently my mother gave him permission. And honestly, it was just me loving on my kid. We played video games. We played, we talk mess. That's what we do. We roast each other, all types of stuff, but it's all love. This is breaking me. I've been falling the apart since I found out. I've legitimately been on social media since the minute I found out, spreading awareness, sending out flyers, contact information, anything to get my baby home. I have not slept in 3 days. I have not ate in 3 days.
Police tracked phone records, reviewed surveillance footage, and talked to witnesses. That led them to a man identified as Kei'Mani's father, 33-year-old Darnell Jones. Detectives believed he was the last person with her. TPD says Jones provided inconsistent statements. By Sunday, March 23rd, he was charged with abduction. An arrest warrant was issued.
This man has been to my house several times. He usually takes her for weekends to his house to visit with him and his other children. And I feel deceived. Like, you played for so long in my face, like you was her dad, like you really had her best interest at heart. But where is she?
The next day, Monday, March 24th, police found Kei'Mani's body in a burned-out house on Miami Street in East Toledo. The Lucas County Coroner's Office determined she suffered multiple deep cuts to her neck, and an autopsy determined her death a homicide. Jones was charged with murder.
We are working the case as fast as we can. As I said before, I think we're in a really good place investigatively, and I think as soon as we can button everything up and run down every lead, last thing we want to do is be premature in our charges or premature in saying, this is the only suspect we have, we're good. We don't like to do that. We like to make sure we investigate everything out there. So when we do take this to trial, there is no room for doubt.
Authorities tracked their suspect to Columbus, where body cam video showed Jones reaching for a gun. Then an officer shot him multiple times.
Show me your hands right now. Pull your hand out of your. I swear to God, pull your. Shots
fired! Shots fired! This was an individual wanted for homicide out of Toledo. I called my union counterpart in Toledo. I said, hey, good news, we have your guy. Your guy committed a murder, chose to fled to our town. I'll tell you right now, the wrong town to come to if you murder somebody. Our SWAT team will go out looking for you. This case is one of the most horrific cases I ever heard. This is a 14-year-old that was murdered, raped, had her hands cut off, and her throat almost cut off. This is an absolute animal that came into our town.
Jones survived and was hospitalized in Columbus. He remained there through Wednesday, April 9th, when he was moved to the Franklin County Jail, awaiting arraignment the following morning.
I feel hurt. I've lost somebody in the city of Toledo that's been so dear, is so dear to me. And I feel like she kind of became part of Toledo.
The case has drawn the attention of so many people here in the Toledo community and even outside. There are passionate conversations and pleas for justice across social media, as well as criticism of Lucas County Children's Services.
I want to hear from CSB. We all do. What happened? What was the missing link? Where was the disconnect?
This is a concern to us here at Lucas County, because I want to be clear. We have no record of any call from a mandated reporter or community member for an entire year prior to her murder. We have no record of anyone from Toledo Public Schools ever calling us with respect to Kei'Mani. We have no record of anyone calling us ever with concerns about Darnell Jones.
By March 27th, the Lucas County Commissioners formed a task force to look into the agency. The goal? To identify any shortcomings, but not investigate how Children's Services handled Kei'Mani's case.
So the task force is not to examine a single case. Our shared goal is broader to ensure that every child and every family in Lucas County receives the protection and the care they deserve. Nothing can be more important. I look forward to working with the community's volunteer who will be a part of this process.
Just look at our history when we've done task force before. Look at TARDA. We committed to make a change. There's substantial change. Health department, they needed change. We made change. I'll stand on our record of not just talking. Nobody here is just, we're not going to spend 9 months analyzing a problem. You know, we know it. We're going to know what the problem is, then we're going to go after it. I can't make any commitments today of what that looks like because nobody knows. But it goes where it goes. It's outside in, and we're going to get started.
Lucas County Children's Services has since sent out a news release. It's explained it can't release some information because of privacy laws
and other facts could create challenges for prosecutors as Kei'Mani's alleged killer faces trial.
Because the understandable facts and the understandable rationale, we're not able to do that right now. But yeah, I do think that once this prosecution is over, and with the help of the task force, I think we'll be able to release our files and let the people judge how we responded prior to Kei'Mani's death.
The agency spoke publicly during a news conference on Tuesday, April 8th. Executive Director Randy Muth revealed a report by Kei'Mani's former teacher was investigated, along with another incident of excessive physical discipline by Kei'Mani's grandmother. Those happened in December of 2023 and March of 2024, and both situations ended without sufficient evidence to warrant removing Kei'Mani from the home.
We determined that the placement there was appropriate. All the basic needs of the child were being met. She was getting all of her sustenance, her housing conditions were fine, her school and medical conditions were being met.
All right, Brian, so a ton to unpack here. This case is still in the very early stages. The dad is still in the hospital. We heard that he was in jail finally in Columbus.
Right. Yeah, that's one reason we kind of wanted to look at this. You know, I've been here, Mel, since 1998. I've been in Toledo since 1998, and it's obviously the Blade for 20 years. And I don't remember a case that has created this much conversation in the community. And a lot of that conversation, you know, was rumors and I mean, stuff that simply wasn't true. So we thought it'd be interesting to have this, you know, talk today so we could kind of walk people through how we found out about things and what we did to kind of parse out what was true and what wasn't.
Well, there's a lot more people calling themselves reporters out there now. As you saw out at the home the other day, people can pick up a phone and they can type out whatever rumor they want. And we're here to tell you what has been confirmed and what is fact here on Case Files today. So you're really familiar with this. Unfortunately, I was out of town when all this happened. So I'm kind of coming into it as anyone who would be viewing the case doesn't really know a lot about it. But unfortunately, what we have here is a sweet young girl. And there's been a lot made about who was there for her in her life, how she ended up in this position. And this involves some key players and developmental figures in any child's life. You're talking mother, grandmother, and father.
Yeah, and what we found out in looking into this case is that there's family dynamics at play here where a lot of the family, they do not like each other. The mother and the grandmother, they were...
Which are mother and daughter.
Yes, I mean, they're openly hostile, particularly the mother toward the grandmother. And, you know, but we found out about this case very early on. A lot of times Toledo police will give us a little flyer, so-and-so's missing. For example, we had recently an older man that was missing. We put it in the newscast. People looked for him. We found out today that he's been found safe. So that's what happens a lot of times. We get these flyers, people look for them, they eventually come back, you know, whether they're runaways or whatever. And that's what happened with Kei'Mani. We got a flyer, but then I had somebody that was involved with me in a different story that I did. Kei'Mani was his wife's niece, and he said, could you get together with the grandmother and do a story? But because this isn't like her. She's nearly a straight A student. She'd never run away from home. She wasn't unhappy. And this just isn't like her. So what we did set up an interview with the mother early on.
The mother, the grandmother?
The grandmother, I'm sorry. So the grandmother very early on, and I want to show a clip from that.
And did the grandmother have custody of Kei'Mani?
Yeah, the grandmother was the guardian of Kei'Mani, and we're not exactly sure why. We know that she had been with several, Kei'Mani had been with several different relatives, guardians in her lifetime. But over the past year, the grandmother had been the guardian for her. But we had this clip with the grandmother, which I want to show right now. And then afterwards, I think we're actually going to have another clip with the mother, because at some point we started having search parties around the community. So we're going to have back-to-back clips when we talk to the grandmother and then when we talk to the mother.
The fact that she left without telling anybody where she was going, I was under the impression that she was supposed to have been at school, because I usually get here right after she leaves for school. And she wasn't here, but I called the school and they said that she wasn't there. So I went to the school just to, I guess, really get the stamp of approval for that. And they stated the same thing. She was not there. And so me and her dad started looking for her.
It would be the world to me. Like this, I hate to, I don't like cursing, but honestly, this is breaking me. I've been falling the apart since I found out. I've legitimately been on social media since the minute I found out, spreading awareness, sending out flyers, contact information, anything to get my baby home. I have not slept in 3 days. I have not ate in 3 days. I have never had a seizure before in my life, sir, and I've had 3 within the past couple days. This is tearing me the up. If my baby don't make it home, I will never be okay again. And I hate to say that because I have other kids.
Do not start your business in 2025 without knowing these 3 lessons. Trust me, I learned the hard way. And back then, I didn't have tools like AI or LegalZoom to guide me. One of the first products that I ever saw.
So what was really interesting about that conversation with the grandmother, at the end of it there, you heard her say, we called her father. And then after that, she said her father's girlfriend actually created these flyers for Kei'Mani, which you saw pasted around town. And that's interesting because later on when Lucas County Children's Services come in, they say when they went into the house, there was never a mention of the father. So I had just noticed this clip yesterday when we were looking through it, and I don't think we ever reported it, but Dorothy called the father very early on. And what we know now is that the father is actually the suspect in Kei'Mani's murder. So he was helping create the put these flyers together. He was in the search party. So,
and we still don't even know why he allegedly did this, and hopefully that'll come out. I mean, it's just and we heard the Fraternal Order of Police guy down there in Columbus talk about the condition that Kei'Mani was in, and I think that grabbed a lot of attention and was horrific, of course. And to do this to your own child. Do we know the extent of the relationship between Kei'Mani and her mother, who lives in Cleveland, right?
Yeah, she was in Cleveland. We know that she was paying child support for Kei'Mani.
She was paying child support to Dorothy, the grandmother.
She was. But as far as the dynamics, I mean, we were out at Miami Street. I was out at Miami Street, when they found Kei'Mani's body, and I was talking to her mother, and the grandmother was off to the side, and they were yelling at the grandmother a lot. There's not love between the daughter and the grandmother in this case. So.
And we don't know why, because sometimes that can be, and this is just speaking generally from our experience covering stories. In some cases, CSB could come in, or a judge can come in and just say, hey, mom, you're not living the way you need to live to support this child. Custody goes to the grandma. Then a mother could be upset about that. We don't know if that was the case here.
Yeah, we know Tiara had run into some legal issues at some point, which she had admitted, but she seemingly seems to be back on her feet now and doing well. But I think when around the time Kei'Mani was born, there was definitely something going on at that point. So, shortly after we talked to the grandmother and the mother there. We had come in some morning and there was another media report that said there had been a body found on Miami Street. And that is supposedly related to the Kei'Mani case. So we immediately reached out to the police department. And interestingly, the police department said, you know, their PIO had said, well, I don't know. I don't have any information on that right now. So let me get back to you. And eventually, you know, we got in touch with the grandmother and she's like, I can't talk right now. They found Kei'Mani over on Miami Street.
And this is really where a lot of people had gathered, and sometimes they do. We've seen this many, many, many times here in Toledo. Someone is found dead or someone shot at a home, and people will gather there. And what happened there, though? Because from my understanding, there were a lot of people with cameras. There was the yelling at Dorothy, the grandmother, as the police are inside this house trying to figure out who this body is.
Yeah, it really was unnerving and a little surreal. But, you know, when we were there, you know, there may have been between 50 and 100 people, and 25 to 50 of those people had their phones up in the air doing like live
Facebook
wherever
Live.
they do it, like Facebook Lives or whatever. You know, it was just a weird thing to see, all these phones being held up, you know, as the police. And we could see the detectives on the top floor of Miami Street. That's where her body was found. You could see them through the windows because it's like a burned out building, and you could see them working, setting up the lights, taking pictures. But what we didn't know, and we're actually going to have a clip about this too, is that the mother, she was kind of in the front of this crowd. The grandmother is off to the side. They're kind of trying to keep her out of the way. And the mother was getting very agitated, and she was very angry that the police weren't letting her know, is this my daughter? I just want to know that. So we actually have a clip of talking to the mother that day.
I just want to know if it's my baby. They still not telling me nothing. It takes nothing. It's nothing to take a picture. It's nothing to, you know what I'm saying, let me know when the coroner's bringing her out so I can see if that's indeed my baby. Y'all not saying nothing. And y'all can tell if it's a grown-ass woman or if it's a little kid. My daughter tall, but she still has the body of a child. You know the difference.
So what are they telling you?
They're not telling me nothing. They ain't told me nothing. Not a word. Then they talking about it might be days before I be able to identify my child. Like, no.
What have you been told up until this point?
And we saw the police talking to them. And at some point, Tiara comes kind of back up the road and she falls to her knees and she starts crying. So,
well, police, you know, they have to preserve evidence.
Absolutely.
A coroner is the only one who can come in and declare somebody dead. So they've got to wait for that person to get there. But so there's an arrest warrant for the dad issued on 3/23, March 23rd. Body is found on the 24th. So at this point, is it public knowledge that the dad is wanted for well, at this, okay, so he was wanted before the body was found. Now it's a murder, okay,
Right.
It's a homicide. So is it known at the time when the body is found that Darnell, the dad, is the main suspect here?
absolutely. So the day before, he was charged with a felony charge of abduction from a residence.
Right.
And there was something in the arrest warrant about surveillance video, phone records. And I know somebody who was in that house at various times. And he had told me—
In the Miami house?
Not in the Miami house, in the Elm Street house, which is where Kei'Mani lived.
Okay.
And he had told me, This was before Darnell had even been charged. And he said, look, there's a Ring doorbell, there's cameras on the house, so they would have seen who came to get her. So Darnell's story that he later told to media was that Kei'Mani called me around midnight, said guys were trying to break into the house.
And see, that's exactly what I was wondering, if she had cameras around inside her house. I knew about the Ring camera, but that just makes so much more sense. So that means they have more footage than what they're telling us in the media in regards to Darnell and what happened that night.
I went over there and sat outside the house with my cousin. We stayed till about 12:30, 1 o'clock, and then we left. But
so trying to explain why you might see him on the camera,
yes,
I guess?
Yes,
Okay.
but I mean, we can only speculate at this point, but we do know that there was surveillance on that house, and you would have to speculate that they must have seen him either approaching the door, maybe taking Kei'Mani from the house. So we knew before her body was even found that he was certainly a suspect in her kidnapping. And then when her body was found, he became the main suspect in the murder, and he was quickly charged with murder.
Do we know yet how police identified that Miami house? Maybe they took his cell phone and drew a circle around Miami Street house. Is that how they found out to look there?
I mean, we know that they got some sort of tip. The police got a tip about that house, and this house, it had caught on fire. I think like 5 years ago. It was completely burned out. Nobody was living there. The person that actually owns it is living in New Jersey. He planned on raising it and turning it into a parking lot. So we know that there was a tip that brought them to Miami Street. We don't know who that tipster was. But, after this happened, after the body was found, one of our reporters, Silver Barker, who we actually have joining us here, she actually had this exclusive interview with the grandmother where she talked about some really big questions that a lot of people had about the family. And I think we have Silver here with us.
Hey, Silver, you were able to.
Hi, Mel. Hi.
Hey, she's in Columbus, and we're going to get to that in a minute. There was actually a hearing for Darnell Jones today, and we're going to get to that in a bit. But you really were the reporter that did so much of this work here on this case. There's been a lot of talk about, like we were saying, the relationships with the adults that Kei'Mani had in her life, the people who are supposed to be taking care of her. And you talked to the grandma, Dorothy, who had custody of her. Tell me about this false arrest. I have never heard about anything like this happening, or Toledo police or any police agencies participating in something like this. Fill us in what happened from what Dorothy told you in this interview.
So 10 years ago, I bet my life savings on a
Yeah, absolutely, Mel. Well, obviously, I wanted to ask this question because a lot of videos circulated online of, Dorothy being arrested, or it was believed to be that she was arrested. So I asked her in the interview, I said, hey, there's video and showing that you were arrested, but police told us that was not the case. So what happened? And she explained to me that after the body was found and, the relationship that you guys mentioned earlier between the mom, Tiara, and Dorothy, there was a lot of tension between family members, friends, and people who were also there on the scene of the body being found. And a lot of people were yelling at her, saying they were going to do things to her. She told me, this is what she says. So she felt unsafe. And so she decided she wanted to be cuffed to make it look like she was being arrested, is what she told us.
Yeah, Silver, actually, let's take a moment here and actually play that clip of her talking about this fake arrest.
Well, I was called and told that there was a mob of people in front of my house. They were angry. It was more or less the people that were here earlier waiting to see if it was Kei'Mani that was in the home. And basically some people from the neighborhood had contacted me and said that there was a mob in front of my house and they were talking about what they were going to do to me once I came home. So the police, the detective said that she would have a unit come out and help me get my things and more or less escort me off the property. I asked to be handcuffed just so they can get the fuck away from my property.
Yeah, and Silver, this is really interesting because we were seeing all these social media videos, and it was clear that she was being led from the house in handcuffs. There was a large police presence there. There was a large community presence there where they were, you know, shouting at her, and it looked like she was being arrested. And we actually reached out to, well, you actually reached out to the police department, and we were trying to get clarification. Was she arrested? What was going on? And we kind of got a couple different answers from the police about what was happening. So that was just a really weird situation. I don't know if you have anything more you want to say about how the police kind of explained that away.
Yeah, I mean, we had been told that it was a ruse, and we questioned, I mean, is that even allowed? Because like you said, I mean, I've never seen anything working in my time as a journalist either of someone being arrested or requesting to be arrested. So we were told it was a ruse. We were also told it was for her own safety. So like you said, we were told multiple things, and we haven't yet figured out what was the case, but we were told the same from the grandmother, is for her safety.
Did you get the impression that she wanted to be handcuffed so she wouldn't go after these people who were harassing her? Or did you get the impression that she wanted people off her back and to think that maybe she was in the custody of police? And then if that was the case, didn't she realize that it would eventually be found out that she wasn't arrested and that the same pressure would come back to her?
Well, that's a good point, Mel. I mean, I think, in my opinion, I believe that it was to get everyone, like she said, off her back, she said, because she says there was a lot of people yelling at her, like saying they were going to do things to her, she says. So I think it was more to make it look like she did get arrested so people would stop saying, you know, she deserves this, she deserves that. And I think that's the reason she requested to be handcuffed. It seemed like we were having that interview and she was talking to me.
Have you ever heard of anything like this?
I had not. And for a moment there, I'm like, is this even ethical? Are the police allowed to do this?
I had the same question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess they are.
Well,
but Silver, this really was a remarkable interview, and it's a very difficult interview. So at this point, you're talking to a grandmother who a lot of the community is accusing her of being involved somehow.
Well, so that's my question. At this time, when people are coming out of the grandmother and harassing her and you're interviewing her, is the information from CSB known?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, did we know anything about CSB? Were the calls to hear more from Children's Services out there yet? At the time that you're talking to the grandma and all these people are coming out against the grandma, did we know anything from Children's Services yet?
So no, we did not know anything from Children's Services. Like I said, there was a lot of things said online and people mentioning things. So we were wondering, well, let's ask the question. So at that time in the interview, that's why I did ask the grandmother, well, hey, have you ever been looked into by Child Protective Services? And that's when she admitted that she was looked into twice, and schools had reported. And that's when we, spoke with a teacher who spoke out from Bennett Venture Academy. So but before that, we didn't know. So I think that interview there uncovered that and revealed that she had to talk about, Child Protective Services had to tell her how to properly discipline a child.
Right. And we actually have that soundbite. So let's play that right now, and then we can talk about it.
She was not abused. Yes, she was chastised whenever she was wrong or did things wrong. Other than that, she was not abused. She was not just whooped for no reason or just because I felt like it. I've went through this twice because the school system had contacted CSB on her behalf when she went to Bennett Academy. And they came in, they did a case study and closed it. They've stated there's a way to chastise children without physically harming them. And you need to whoop them on their behind, nowhere else. So, okay, with that in mind, I knew that. So she didn't have like bruises all over.
We help individuals and organizations better lead and manage change, and now we're excited to offer the Cotter Change Certification Program. Each course is
I mean, that really was, I mean, credit to you for even asking her that question, because that was a very uncomfortable question. And it really was fascinating that she actually came out and said, yeah, they taught me, or they showed me the proper way to discipline my child. I mean, I did not think there was a proper way. I just assumed you could not hit your child. But she said, yeah, they showed me with the open hand, and you hit them where you're not going to leave a mark. What did you think when she said that?
I found it very interesting in that during that time in that interview, Brian, I really did not expect her to open up and admit that and talk about that past. I mean, that opened a pathway, of course, for us to now then reach out to Child Protective Services and see here in there in Lucas County. So I didn't think that she would say that in the interview. So when she did, that kind of gave me a way to keep asking more questions. And like you said, it wasn't easy asking those questions, I'll be honest, getting very into the exactly what all happened and really just trying to understand exactly what she's saying and getting further behind, just what was reported previously or what we're finding out from officials. So it was a little bit of a harder interview, but again, I think those are important and crucial to information we're learning.
Yeah, and Silver, you actually got other really interesting information. This is how we found out that Darnell was down in Columbus and that he'd been shot, right? The grandmother told you this.
Yeah, the grandmother, I asked her anytime, I said, well, do you know where Darnell Jones is right now? Because at that time of the interview, we did not know yet just exactly what was happening with Darnell Jones. Yeah.
Well, I have a question too for both of you. I mean, now we've talked about all of the adult caregivers in her life. We've talked about children's services. Did they fail Kei'Mani? Is that a part of the conversation? I mean, ultimately, her dad ended up being the one to come in and allegedly kill her, didn't end up really having anything to do with the grandmother. But then you have the mother saying, should the grandmother have let her go with him? I mean, from what we know now, and we do have sound from Lucas County Children's Services, but did they bear any responsibility here? Are we holding them accountable in any way, and do we need to?
I mean, the community is certainly asking those questions. I mean, the one thing that they said is that we'd been to the house 2 times. The last time was about a year before Kei'Mani disappeared and was killed. And interestingly, the grandmother in that conversation with Silver said, well, they were here 7 months ago. So I don't know whether she just got her time frame kind of screwed up there, but that was interesting. And during those visits, they said nobody ever mentioned Darnell Jones. Nobody ever mentioned the father. Nobody had any idea who the father was, which is interesting because, again, when you saw that first interview with Dorothy at the beginning of the show, she mentioned she immediately called the father. So what we don't know is whether the father came into Kei'Mani's life within the past year, after the time that Lucas County Children's Services got involved. Yeah, there's certainly a lot of questions, and that's why there's a task force formed, and they're going to look into it.
And the 2 instances that were brought forth to Lucas County Children's Services, who did they find responsible for that? Dorothy?
Yeah, I mean, I think there were a couple different teachers maybe that had reached out, or they'd got to multiple reports that Kei'Mani was seen with like bruises. And yeah, I mean, she was clearly living with Dorothy at that point. Now, they did ask Kei'Mani, do you feel safe in the home? And she said, I do, on both cases. And, I mean, Children's Services can't take Kei'Mani out of that home. but they can ask a court to take her
It's
out.
also a hard question to ask a 14-year-old who may be being abused. Do you feel comfortable there? You know, that child could be scared of any retribution in the home or anywhere else. So, you know, I want to bring in Silver again. Silver, do you know, did they talk about the ways in which they investigated these reports? I would hate to think that it was just, hey, do you feel comfortable in your home? A child could certainly just give the answer that'll keep them in the least amount of trouble. We don't know if that was the case. So did they tell you exactly how they investigated these reports?
So I'm not exactly sure just how they investigated these reports. I know that they talked to Kei'Mani as we previously reported in the past, but I'm not exactly sure what questions or what they asked. There's some things that they said can't be revealed as well, but I do want to talk a little bit about the father thing that I think is interesting, of how LCCS mentioned that there was no father. Darnell Jones mentioned. You know, I think trying to figure out exactly when did he come into her life, I think that's critical and key and important. And even when I asked the mother, she told me that was the biological father, but the grandmother says she was told by the mother that wasn't. So I think that's a thing that's interesting as well to know. But as far as in what I've learned from LCCS, you know, we've had other reporters as well who've been working on that and keeping in touch with that part. But we know that they've had conversations with Kei'Mani, but not the exact details as to what those conversations look like.
The other thing, Brian, is it's very, very rare for us to be able to get anything out of Lucas County Children's Services, similar to a school system, you know, which can cite FERPA, federal protection laws. People can cite HIPAA. It's very difficult to get anything out about these cases or any claims into Lucas County Children's Services. So why do you think that they did agree to speak to the media about this? You feel like they felt they had to?
I mean, yeah.
Because of the outrage?
You're right, because juvenile records, we can never get juvenile
Especially
records.
about child abuse.
Absolutely. So I think there is such a tremendous community outcry. There are a lot of rumors going around, and there were a lot of people, frankly, that were accusing Dorothy of many different things. And I think, you know, just not only for her safety, but for community's well-being, they kind of needed to get out there and try to appear to be transparent, or be as transparent as they could be.
Do you think we can put a pin in this, or do you think there's still more questions to be answered from Lucas County Children's Services?
I think there's going to be a investigation, and they're going to hopefully.
You think like an internal investigation there will be?
Yeah, I mean, I know
because this task force has explicitly said its purpose is not to investigate this case. So do you think there will be some sort of an internal investigation or otherwise into Children's Services and this case specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that 100%, but I would have to think that they're certainly looking at the way they handle similar situations like this going forward.
And I just heard from our producer Josh that Randy Muth, who is the executive director, did ask the state to investigate. Is that to your knowledge
I mean,
as well?
that's my understanding, that the state is going to be involved. And one of the reasons, you know, I had asked one of the reporters, I said, look, when you're at this news conference, ask them if they ever asked the court to remove Kei'Mani from the house. And, you know, I mean, he was very dismissive and said, well, no, we didn't. And the court never would have done that. But one of the things I was thinking in my mind is like, look, we want him to say, did you or didn't you? Because if the state comes back and they find fault in their investigation and something should have been done, you know, we now have him on camera saying, look, we did not ask.
I failed at everything I set out to do.
Them to take her out of the house.
One of the things, and we've had, you know, this kind of a story affects everyone. Even in our newsroom, we talk about this little girl, Kei'Mani, and we talk about the questions we all have as parents. And we've also done a lot of stories over the years about fostering, just in many cases in general. And one of the questions that a couple of us as parents raised during all this is, you know, there's a very big push always to keep a child with a blood relative should their parent not be able to care for them. But when does that go too far? When does a child do better with someone who may be a stranger but is loving and caring? And we're not saying that Dorothy wasn't that way. We don't know that. But I think that has to be a part of the conversation too. If there is an investigation, is, you know, when is it better for the child to be with this person versus this person who may just happen to be a blood relative?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very fair question because, look, again, like you said, we don't know what Dorothy and Kei'Mani's relationship was like. I mean, we know what we've heard, but we don't know 100%. But there are certainly people accusing her of things, and you know, if they are true, again, we don't know that they are, but yes, could somebody else have cared for her better?
Yeah.
You never know.
Let's bring in Silver again. She's got some reports to do today, again, more on this. But Silver, and then we can circle back. I think it's okay to circle back. There was a hearing this morning for Darnell. That's why you're in Columbus today. Tell us what happened. Is he still in the hospital? Because I know we had heard that he had maybe gone to jail at this point. Tell us the latest that you know here as of April 10th.
Yeah. So we're not sure if he is still in the hospital right now. Multiple sources at this time have told me that he is still healing from his injuries. That's why he actually didn't appear today in court for the arraignment. We're still learning and work more details of exactly why, but like I mentioned earlier, multiple sources say he's still healing and they want him to heal up a little bit more before he is in court to face his charges. They also said that they're going to give 15 days for him for Lucas County to pick him up from Franklin County Court here and give him 15 days to be charged over there in Lucas County. They're going to pick him up within those 15 days, like I mentioned, and charge him over there with his, of course, murder charge and the abduction charge. Now, keep in mind, he still has a felonious assault charge here in Columbus that he has to face, but Franklin County says they want Lucas County to pick him up first within those 15 days.
All right.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and that's been a question of many people. It's like, where is he going to be tried first? Is he going to be tried in Columbus or is he going to be tried in Lucas County? And our belief, and I think based off what you've just said too, is that they're probably going to try the more serious charge, the murder charge,
That makes sense. That makes
in
sense.
Lucas County.
And allow the people here to move on with their lives, the grandmother, Dorothy, and mom.
Yeah, but I actually wonder if we can go back, and I know we saw this previously, but the actual body cam of when Darnell was actually caught by police and he ended up getting shot.
Come here, man. What's your name? Kill me. Dude, show me your fucking hands right now. Pull your fucking hand out of your. I swear to God, pull your.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Pass in a second.
Don't fucking move.
Don't move. All right, suspect down. All the guys are okay. Don't move. He's got 33 right there. 33 in his hand.
Talk about this a little bit.
But there's 33s right here. Don't you move or you're going to get shot, okay? All right? Got it. Yep. That's him.
Addresses when we do background searches on him.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need with full business functionality.
Him is actually in Columbus. It wasn't this location, but we know that he had ties to Columbus. So they were watching him for a couple days, and he looks much different than he did in Toledo. He shaved his head. But a couple interesting things about this cam is that when the police approached him, you know, he said, "Go ahead and kill me." And then later on, when he is down and they're working on him, you know, he says, "I can't feel my legs," but he's like, "Just let me die." And a police officer says to him, like, "Look, man, it's never as bad as you think it is." And Darnell responds, "Yeah, it's bad." So at that point, hearing him say these things, I mean, it certainly doesn't sound like an innocent man, but I mean, I guess we'll find out what the court system says.
And Kei'Mani's body was found on the 24th. When did this shooting happen?
I don't remember, but I think it was the day after.
Day after. So her body had already been found, and he was aware of what condition, allegedly, if he did this, that she was left in.
Yeah, because, and again, we were wondering what exactly happened to Kei'Mani, and we don't know exactly. I mean, you can certainly speculate when a young girl is taken and then she shows up in an abandoned house and killed. But you know, they had a Columbus union official who came out, and we saw that at the very beginning. But he said this was a most horrific crime. You know, her hands were cut off, her head was nearly cut off, she'd been raped. And I mean, this was beyond anything that we were even speculating.
Yeah.
And it was very surprising that somebody in a different city was the one to reveal this information.
Right, it sure was. You know, the memorial is probably bigger than any I've ever seen here. And I was talking to Megan Hartnett. We've had her on the show before. She went out and covered the memorial at one point, and there were elderly people coming by. There were all kinds of people. This is in its infancy stages, to be honest with you. This is some early video of it. But, you know, what do you think it is, Brian, about this case that has brought so many people out there? I mean, certainly you can speculate that it's the thought of kind of this little girl who, by all accounts, was a wonderful person. And was she just caught up in a circle of people who could have and should have done more for her? Was it that her father is accused of doing this to her? What is it, do you think, about Kei'Mani in this story that has touched so many people?
Yeah, and I've asked myself that question a lot. I think the big thing is that this was a 13-year-old girl. She's very sweet looking. She's very beautiful, and her body is found in an abandoned, burned out house, and her father is charged with killing her. I mean, it really doesn't get any more horrific than that. And I think it's also that the whole community feels like they have a stake in this, because there were so many people at the crime scene, you know, when she was found. So many people having their little Facebook lives and telling stories online and spreading rumors. And there's so many online detectives that so many people in the community feel like they have a stake in this story, and they knew her because so much information is being released. And honestly, sometimes we don't see family members that have been this open as Dorothy and Tiara, and you know, the father at some point even talked to the media. So yeah, you add all of this together, and it was Kei'Mani's birthday on the Friday after she was found. I think she was found on a Tuesday or Wednesday, and her 14th birthday was that Friday. So this really, I mean, we just saw this memorial just swell with so many balloons and happy birthday.
I just, when I look at those pictures too, I think of her classmates and her teachers. And when I think of being a teacher, and we do have a report from Lucas County Children's Services saying that a teacher reported to them, you know, there has to be a feeling. There's her desk at her school. That's just so heartbreaking. There has to be a feeling as a teacher, you know, almost like a guilt. You know, I think in a lot of these cases, you go home to your family at the end of the day. You're certainly bound by kind of staying in the classroom. You can make a report, but really, what more can you do?
Yeah,
and now they've lost this little girl.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the whole thing why people care so much, is that so many people feel like we failed her.
Yeah.
Whether it's county officials, whether it's children's services, whether it's teachers, whether it's community members that said, hey, I knew that family.
Yep.
We should have done something.
TurboTax Free Edition, 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040.
Okay, so we've got the arraignment here in Columbus, 15 days. Within that period, Darnell Jones is supposed to be brought back to Toledo to face these murder charges. What else are we looking ahead? Where else do we need to button things up here?
I mean, that's going to be the big thing. I mean, at some point, within 15 days, it doesn't have to be 15 days. He could show up in Toledo tomorrow.
Right.
Or, the day after. So when's he going to appear in court? Is he going to take a plea deal? Will there be?
It's interesting what he said on that body cam, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is very interesting. And, and I think it's fair to ask the question, is he going to be able to be tried in Lucas County? I mean, how many people in Lucas County haven't heard about this? How many people haven't already come up with an opinion?
You can hear about it. That doesn't preclude you from serving on a jury. The question is whether or not you can set that aside and deliver a fair and impartial verdict.
Right. And for the last 2 weeks, whether he's guilty or he's innocent, everybody's been perceiving him as guilty because this is the man, this is the father, this is the one suspected of doing this. And you don't really hear a lot of times when we have a case, it's like, well, I don't know whether he's really guilty. Let's see what the jury says. We're not hearing that from members of the community. They're like, I hope this guy gets justice in jail. And, I can't believe he did this. So again,
well, Lucas County's big. I'm gonna push back on you a little bit there and say that I think we can get there with a jury, but we've got a long way to go before then.
Yeah.
Kei'Mani's we've got a public, her private funeral services begin tonight. She's got a public viewing here tomorrow. I imagine thousands of people could show up to this.
Yeah, and we don't really know what it's going to look like. We know it's going to be at the YMCA and it's going to be a walk-through memorial. We don't know whether her casket will be there. We don't know whether an urn will be there. We don't know whether family members are going to be there. So we really don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I think more to come on this. Like we said, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. There's a state investigation apparently going on now regarding this case in Child Protective Services. And then we've got a whole host of hearings that come up, but it'll be interesting to watch. Thank you for trusting us here in our community to handle this case. I know it's been taxing emotionally on you watching it. It has been delivering it. I know for our team, we have a lot of Silver is just starting out in her career, and this is her first big case. And I think about her often and how she's handling and reporting on this because it's just been such a tragedy. And she'll remember this case. And I think so many people here in Lucas County will.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Silver yesterday and I said, man, you had such a big case very early in your career, and this is going to be something 20 years down the road you're going to talk about. Man, I had this case with a 13-year-old girl 20 years ago. And
it can really shape you and how you approach these types of things because it's tragic and it's sensitive and it can really affect you.
Yeah. And let's just say this, Mel, we don't know that this story is over. We know that Darnell Jones, Ogletree, he has been charged with her murder. But the police will certainly tell you this investigation is not over.
Yeah.
We don't know if other people were involved because there are those questions. How does he get a 13-year-old girl up to the second floor of a burned out house on Miami Street? Did he have help?
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll be looking into that and many more things here with this case. Thanks so much for joining us here on Case Files. We'll see you next week.
All right, y'all. So that was that. I'm gonna get ready to get up off of here. Thank you all for your support and for being here. And being here. I see we got a lot of mixed feelings in the chat. Hey, Miss Latanya. Yeah, I like how they covered this too. They did. I feel like they did better than what Nazia's case did. Nazia, Detroit, horrible. They ought to be ashamed. Horrible. They asking their news people are asking the same questions we're asking. Like, is anybody else involved? What about the camera footage? You know, who is Darnell? Where did he come from? Was he really in her life? Was he really active? You know, give us some answers. So I hope that they really get those questions answered, because they did ask some really good questions and have some really solid concerns in this case. So I hope he offers some type of explanation. He has other kids. I wonder their take on how he was with them. Hey T, she said, "Oh darn, I didn't even speak to the host. It's all good. It's all good. But welcome." Yes. Say Latanya, she's so funny. Look, she say she wouldn't give a roach to Dorothy. Yeah, they need help. Miss Sexy Ray says, "That's why I don't let my 16-year-old daughter go with anyone if she don't want to go, because kids can feel something ain't right. Listen to our children, pay attention to their body language. Sometimes they might not physically say it. You know, just like Kenya claimed that something was going on with Nazia, she can see a disconnect the last time she seen Nazia, and claimed she wished Nazia had said something about it. But if you notice that something was off in her body language, then you should have said something or asked something. You know, we have to be more concerned. I feel like humanity lost its humanity when we started to feel like we wasn't responsible for other people's well-being. We are responsible for our family's well-being and whereabouts and who they are connected to. Be all in each other's business, not for malicious intent, but for genuine concern. We should care. If we notice that a child body language is off or their attitude is different, say something. Ask questions. You're welcome, Coco. So y'all have a good one. If you're feeling the vibes, go ahead and subscribe. Shout out to everybody that's going to catch this replay as well. I am. Just hold on. Here, don't touch. Trying to see which one well, whatever. We need more villagers. Yes. So her mom gave him gas money to bring to the visit, and grandma called. Say Dorothy didn't care that Kei'Mani went as long as she was out of her face, just trifling. Nelly, I'm the same way because I'm not gonna play about mine. Yeah, we just gotta be more attentive. You know, your family is your concern. Say Kenya didn't know a damn thing. She probably was off in her own world, which most people are, and I get it. I do get it from that point. Like, I get we all have lives, we all have, you know, other responsibilities and things like that. But when Kenya speaks, she speaks as if she wouldn't even entertain the thought of being concerned about the other children or other family members because I got other things to do. I got to take care of my kids. I got to take care of my grandkids. And that's the wrong attitude to have. At least be open to the thought of wanting to, be concerned about your family. And, it's a way to say things. Is what I'm saying. It's a way to say things. If you're busy like most people is, we working, taking care of our household, we're tired, whatever the case is, don't make it seem like it's not your concern. Oh, you say Kei'Mani. You say Kei'Mani. Shit, Kei'Mani. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, Darnell and Kei'Mani's work. Okay. I see what you mean. So yeah. That's it, and that's all, folks. I'll see y'all next time, maybe sometime tomorrow. I don't know. Just make sure you subscribe and you following and you keeping up with the keeping up. Let me know how y'all feel in the comments. Y'all have a beautiful rest of your day. If you see something, say something. Remember, there is no excuse for abuse. Salute to the divinity in you. Be mindful of your thoughts because they create your reality. And I'll catch you later. I'm just looking at the comments. All right, bye, y'all. Save the children. Justice for Kei'Mani. Justice for Kei'Mani. Make sure y'all drop some red hearts in the chat. Make sure y'all do that for Miss Kei'Mani. Ashe. Y'all so welcome. Thank y'all for y'all support. The super stickers, the cash apps, the follows, the subscribes, the shares. All that. All right.